Coming to you live from the Jerub Farm Studios, this is Jordan Jerub. Oh man, I just wanted to do that. Coming to you live from the Jerub Farm Studios, this is Jordan Jerub. Are we live? Is there a live stream? Oh, there is. Jordan Jerub. Okay, here we go. Jordan Jerub, indeed. We got to get everybody in the chat. There's nobody in the chat yet because nobody got super advanced notice that this is going to happen. But we're going to start doing these probably Friday night again. You guys voted for like Sunday night or Saturday night, but this is not. I can't do the democracy thing with that. I have my own schedules and stuff, and I have to. And I do polls on my channel on what the viewers want, but sometimes the polls on what the viewers want and what actually gets a bunch of views are two totally different things. I just use that as a metric to gauge where people are at. So I'm going to wait till more people come in, and once more people come in, we shall begin. If anybody has any questions that they've been wanting to ask me, now's a good time while we wait for the chat to fill up with people. I'll probably start doing these about 9 p.m. on Fridays again when my schedule permits it. I usually got a lot of shit going on. These streams, they're less rewarding to me than an actual video. I'd rather make videos than do streams, me personally. But I like streams too, but I know my audience, my viewers really love it when I do streams, especially when I comment on current events and stuff. But not everybody's into that. So let's see. We got to get more people. We got to wait for more people to hop in here. More people will hop in. Oh, I shared it to the wrong thing. Here we go. Guys, if you're on Discgram, we're going to combine Telegord and Telegord. If you're on Telegram or Discord, make sure you go ahead and make sure you go ahead and let all your friends know that we're live. I'm going to share the link around. We got to get the link out. We got to make sure everybody knows that I'm live. Because this is not a huge channel. And I also didn't let people know ahead of time what I was doing, which I probably should have given people more advance notice that I was going to do a stream this Friday, but I didn't. So we're going to let more people fill in. Hold on, guys. All right. We're doing this. Just need a couple more minutes and we'll be ready. If anybody wants to ask questions, now would be a good time to ask questions. Also, this is a good time for me to check on my audio quality. How is our audio? Is our audio good? Is it too loud? Is it not loud enough? Now's the time for that kind of stuff before we start the show. Check everything. My lighting's good. I got my lighting brighter in here than I normally want it this time of night. But that's the sacrifice we take for having a good stream. We got Matt Canali. Hello, Matt Canali. All right, the chat is starting to fill out. All right, audio quality is good. All right. So I think we'll start the night off with this video I haven't seen yet from Liberal Hive Mind. This is a very interesting thumbnail, right? I feel like clicking on it. A very interesting thumbnail. Where is it? Right there. It's like a guy pointing a gun out the window or something. What is up with that? Let's zoom in a little bit. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? We're going to zoom in just a little bit at the thumbnail. Yeah, it's like a guy pointing a machine gun out the window of a car or something. I'm wondering what that is. Let's see. Let's watch it. We're going to watch some videos tonight, guys.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Well, of course, we got another week. Therefore, it's another mountain of Democrat lies, another day, another fake narrative, more Democrat duplicity meant to lead the public astray for political purposes. And of course, once again, this time, it's not just coming from some random internet libtard. No, it's yet again another top-sitting Democrat official. Just the other day, it was Dan Goldman, right? And well, today it's Joaquin Castro. These people cannot help themselves. They lie, distort. Congressman Joaquin Castro, again, not just some random far-leftist lunatic on TikTok. No, a federally elected Democrat who posted this photo, trying to drum up outrage as a masked ICE agent pointed a gun at a U.S. citizen because she...
What is this? What does this look legit? I'm looking at the monitor here, like it looks like a pepper ball gun or maybe like a tear gas launcher. What do you guys think? I don't know. What do you guys think? What?
Was filming him. Now let me ask you, does that look like a gun? No, of course not. That's not a firearm. That's a modified paintball gun meant to shoot non-lethal crowd control pellets. And these tools, of course, are only deployed during very specific times, right? During riots. And of course, I guess he wants us to forget the last, 6-7 months of riots, from attacks on Tesla facilities to now the endless attacks on ICE.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, right? Liberal, loony, mental patients, one of the best things you could have for dealing with them and their drama is pepper ball. I definitely recommend the technology. It's probably one of the best ways of dealing with them. You don't want to shoot them because they're just, that's just mean, bro. You don't want to, literally shoot a mental patient with a real gun. This is more of a good, anti-mental patient mechanism, and I think the federal government has figured it out. The pepper ball's here to stay. Pepper ball's good technology for dealing with mental patient wacky liberals, guys. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a real gun, but for dealing with wacky liberal mental patients, pepper ball's great. It's a great alternative, and the federal government's figured it out because they got a lot of public relations shit they have to worry about, and it doesn't look good if they actually have to shoot somebody at one of these protests. So they finally figured it out. They're like, okay, well, we're just gonna bop them with some paintball pepper ball rounds.
Agents in federal facilities. This shot, of course, happened during a riot where Antifa and the Open Borders mob continued to descend on that ICE facility in Chicago. These agents are under attack. Last week, they were literally...
And it's mostly white people attacking them. That's the funny thing. You have the army of white liberal saviors to the rescue, fighting the big bad fascist ICE. The white liberal saviors to the rescue, fighting the authoritarian fascist government. The white liberal saviors to the rescue. I mean, these people were born into a world of absurd pointlessness, and they're genuinely bored. So they want to feel like they're part of some kind of revolution or something, because They're bored, really. It's really what it is. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the video. These liberals have been like making death threats and all kinds of crazy shit. We'll watch that in a minute. Miles Cope, what's up? FSEF. What's going on, man? Yeah, we all know what I mean when I say Democrats. The Democrats control everything, you know? Yeah, I mean, those Democrats are pervasive, you know? They control everything. The deep state. Yeah, right? And yeah, we're not allowed to criticize them or even say who they really are. But yeah. What's going on? Glad to see everybody's in the chat now.
Under attack, their cars being rammed, rocks being thrown at them. One individual had a freaking assault rifle, and yet here we have a little Democrat, Mr. Castro here, just taking a still frame completely out of context, attempting to paint ICE agents as the aggressors. Yo, they were just filming him, and so he pulled out a gun. What a liar. Then, of course, let's move to the next point of fake outrage. We've got this clip here of a priest. That's what they keep calling him, but from my understanding, he's a pastor, but, you know, semantics aside.
We're good. Drinking these monsters too fast. Look, we need to look at the video where they got this one, and I still drink it. Yeah, we got this one where, let's see if I can find it. Where these liberals are going fucking crazy. These liberals are going absolutely crazy. We got some freak out videos I want to watch. I just want to have a good time Friday night, you know? It's what I used to do on these streams. I want to really get back to it. Just having a good time watching liberals freaking out, watching people acting crazy in public. It's one of my favorite things to watch. It makes me feel better about myself and my own maturity level, I guess. I don't know exactly why I enjoy it. I guess it's unique. It's novel just to see people freaking out in public. You know, you don't see it every day kind of thing. See if I can find it. I gotta go to my history. Here we go. The history feature. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. I found it.
Guys, the leftists have lost it, which is nothing new, but I fear it might be worse this time than usual. A lot of them think that we're in a civil war. A lot of them think we're going to be in a civil war. They're doing the No Kings protest again on October 18th. And there's tons of videos of people talking about this. So I'm going to take you guys into the liberal leftist hive mind that is on TikTok. These people, they're out of it, man. They're gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get into it.
No one will organize. No one will organize. Leftists, if they organized. I need you to write this down, and I need you to find verbal directions on whatever map you use. There is an option on most of the major ones that I've used, Apple Maps and Google Maps at least. And I need you to write those directions down. The internet will be the first thing to go, but it will not be the only thing to go. At first, sight or word or inkling of genuine military takeover anywhere in Colorado, where I'm at, or as soon as the internet goes down, I will be at Dillon Reservoir, specifically Windy Point Fisherman Park.
All right, so the chat, Alain, yeah, that's how much food stockpiles you should have. You notice right behind me I have some boxes where I have food stockpiled. I would stockpile rice. If you haven't really been prepping like that, like if you're not a serious prepper and you want to start getting into it and you want to get ahead of the curve, I would start stockpiling rice because it doesn't cost that much money to stockpile. And I actually have a food preservation method that's inexpensive that literally anybody could probably do. I got a video where I covered that.
Right next to Dillon Reservoir in Dillon, Colorado.
Yeah, it's funny. Matt Canali's asking, is this a guy or a girl? I'm pretty sure it's a guy.
Between Silverthorne and Frisco.
Pretty sure it's a dude.
That is where I will be every Saturday at noon.
Yeah, he's going to give his location.
Again, greatest of my
Where
ability.
he's going to organize
They are
his
fully believing
resistance.
that they are under a dictatorship and they are fighting fascist Nazis and they are the resistance. They are the rebellion.
Yeah.
They've completely lost it
resistance.
and they're going to get themselves
We're
hurt
gonna
really
fight the
bad.
Nazis.
That is
We're
where
in
I
the
will be.
trenches.
I cannot promise you anything, but I can promise
We're
you
gonna
clean
go fight
water.
the Nazis now.
I will get you clean water,
We're in the
if nothing
trenches.
else. I'm bringing what I can in terms of medicine, in terms of preservable food. I do have to ensure that I survive before
I mean, the liberals all of a sudden they're preppers and they love the Second Amendment all of a sudden.
I give anything to anyone else.
You know what I mean?
As do you.
Like we've been stockpiling stuff for
Bring
years.
everything possible
and
that
these
you
people just
can
figured this
to
stuff out.
survive
Like,
in the
I think it's
homestead-like
pretty funny.
capacity, right?
They're talking about homesteading and getting off
If
the
it's
grid
shit to
and
raise rabbits, amazing.
raising rabbits. Can
If
you
it's
imagine
shit
a liberal
to grow
having to
wheat,
kill a rabbit
amazing.
for
If
sustenance?
it's medicine, if it's gauze, if it's medical trauma equipment, amazing. Literally everything that you can bring to the fullest extent of your capacity. That is where I will be. And
This guy looks
it
weird,
will be
bro. And this is a
a
guy. You can
resistance.
tell he's a guy.
It will be that. If you have a firearm, if you have a weapon, bring that.
They don't have any. They were always
You have to
against
have the
guns.
capacity for violence.
Imagine a
Unless
liberal
you
going to
are
a gun store.
perfectly
like,
useful in some way to the fullest of your
what do I
capacity.
get?
If you are disabled, I will do what I can to help
Yeah,
you.
he's got a stockpile
You
of
have to have the capacity for violence.
hormone injections.
Because if you do not
when
someone the
the grid goes down, when the shit hits the fan, they're gonna have to make sure the hormone injections are stockpiled. We're gonna have our strategic reserve of hormone injections, testosterone, and estrogen for all the wrong. We're gonna give our men estrogen, and we're gonna give our women testosterone, and then we're gonna go to war against the Nazis. This is funny, bro. We're gonna refuse to have guns for decades and call doomsday preppers crazy, and then all of a sudden, overnight, we're gonna become doomsday preppers and we're gonna get guns, and all our men have high-pitched voices and are on estrogen and drink soy all day. But all of a sudden, we're gonna go in the trenches and we're gonna fight the Nazis like it's World War II.
likelihood is that they will you. Federal agents, ICE agents, do not let them take you anywhere.
Don't let them take you.
At this point in the coup, you really think they're going to let you out?
They'll never
These
take
people
us
actually
alive.
think that they have a chance. They really do.
You are far as useless as you are dead to the resistance. You become a liability as a hostage.
I gotta be careful what I say on YouTube. Autistic anarchist. I gotta be careful what I say on YouTube. I will say this: I refuse to denounce them. Right? I can't endorse certain groups on YouTube, but I will say this: I refuse to announce that particular group you mentioned.
They have enough of those, by the way. Enough tokens to cash in. They're f***ing rich. So it is us or them. We'll find a way. We'll fucking do it.
We're gonna do
We
it.
have to.
We're
we
gonna
simply have
overthrow
to.
the Nazis. Yeah.
So
Our men are pumped full of
that's where I'll be.
estrogen,
And
but we're gonna go.
only
We're
go
gonna
there
go fight the Nazis.
if you are fully 100% ready to commit your entire life, all of your time, your health, your energy, your entire mind, your soul, your heart, your body, your death to the cause. We're gonna have to. You might
Cause
think
of
I'm being
what?
stupid, you might think I'm being dramatic, you might think I'm being jumping the gun on this one.
Oh, you
The
really?
sad thing is everybody in the comments is 100% on board with this. And
Yeah,
there's
there's
a
a lot
lot
of mental
them.
patients. Look, bro, there's a
Just write it down.
of course the people in the comment section of Blue Sky are probably down with this guy, because look, we shut down all the mental institutions are shut down. These people are just roaming the streets. They should be in mental institutions. Listen, these people would be in mental institutions back in the day. Reagan shut them all down. It's one thing the right got wrong. It's actually one thing the right wing got wrong, was shutting down the mental institutions, because now the mental patients, they're free, they can vote, they're committing crimes, they got these big conspiracy theories on the internet where they want to be the white savior that saves all the other races, and like this is what the white liberals are. They're like cuckoo, 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 cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, right? And like meanwhile, if you look at this guy's lawn, this guy probably hasn't mowed his lawn in 2 months. Like you know how my lawn gets big, but when my grass gets really big, like I do finally mow the lawn. This guy, I've seen these people's lawns are like overgrown, like like what the fuck? Like, have you ever seen one of these people's lawns? Like, these people like they take estrogen and shit, and they're like, oh, I'm a girl, I don't have to mow the lawn, and they don't mow their lawn, and like the grass will be like higher than my desk, like it'll look like they live in a forest or something. And then the landlord comes by and says, "What the hell? Like this is not part of your lease agreement." And then they'll get like they'll I mean, have you seen this shit? These people are like these people will sit here making YouTube videos about politics, talking about organizing a resistance network, but they can't figure out how to get a lawnmower to work.
Just the location, if nothing
And it's
else.
not like they
Learn
got a
to
big
make your own
lawn.
weapons.
Right? I mean, I got acres of lawn I have to mow, so some of my grass gets a little bit lawn. I have acres worth of lawn that I have to mow. These guys, their yard is like this freaking big. You know what I mean?
As protected as federal agents are against
Oh man.
projectiles, bullets, solid objects, they are profoundly weak against fire, especially if it sticks to them.
It's too late to protest. We are well past that mark of peaceful protests. And most people in this country will not stand up to the...
So yeah, we got feminists and men that take estrogen are going to lead the charge. You know what I mean? They're going to lead the charge against the evil, racist Nazis in the Trump administration. The Nazis!
regime, to what is happening in...
My thoughts on Israel. We're going to do it. It's actually been working.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from
an inmate at a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this, your current balance is $1.63.
We only got $1.63.
This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Hey, we're on the live stream right now.
Thank you for using Global Tellink.
The fuck? The fuck?
in our own nation until it's too late, until they have lost family members.
I don't know. That might not have been Desiree. That might have been one of her friends that doesn't want to be on the live stream. We'll see if they call back.
Ones, neighbors, friends, and everything they have. And by the time that rolls around, there will be no other option but then extreme bloody violence.
Oh.
The Trump administration and the Republican
I want her to be on the front line then. Let's volunteer her. She wants extreme bloody violence. Nah, I've got girls that have no problem going on the live stream. They might have just called count right as they called or something. Like most of these girls, look, see, I'm getting called back. Here.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Okay.
an inmate at a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
To accept this call, press 0. To refuse, your current balance is $1.48.
It's not
This
much
call
time.
is from
Only
a
got
corrections
$1.
facility and is subject
There's a
to
few
monitoring
minutes.
and recording.
Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Hey,
Hey.
we're on the live stream right now.
Hi, guys.
So, we're watching videos of liberals freaking out and acting like little kids. It's always fun. What's been going on
Yeah.
in prison? Tell everybody what's been going on in there.
Well, within the past 2-3 days,
Yeah.
12 people went to jail,
Really?
and 6 people got moved to another dorm, out of this dorm alone.
How did that happen? Shakedown?
Drugged.
Oh.
Drugged, and then, today, 2 girlfriends, one was getting moved back to the annex, so she told her girlfriend to psych out. If not, she was going to beat her ass.
Yeah.
So then they tried to psych out, and the officers refused to let them psych out, so they went and jumped on this girl that had full-blown AIDS. That's not all the way there, and they got her for they got them for assault, and now they got red flag. So one's about to go to another prison while the other one stays here
Wow.
after they get out.
That's intense. Well, we don't have a lot. We
And
only have
it was
one.
funny because neither one of them know how to fight worth a fuck.
Yeah, we only have $1.40 left on GTL. So, if there's anything you want to tell
Damn.
the subscribers, if there's anything you want to tell everybody, let me know.
Huh?
We are live. If there's anything you want to tell the subscribers, now's the time to tell them because we only got like a few minutes.
Well, there's plenty of girls in here that need some friends and pen pals.
Hell yeah.
Just tell Jordan, he'll email me all the info.
Yeah. They gotta.
Or my Max. Or tell
yeah.
my Maxter Jareb.
Yeah. Listen. Just for those listening, go on the Telegram if you want more information about that. I do hook people up with female inmates to start some of the things I do. It didn't work out with me and Nicole, but me and Deserito, we're gonna find another girl.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, by the way, babe, Mom's supposed to be, not Mom, Terry's supposed to be sending you $30 for me.
Okay. Cash or
Cash
over
App.
the wire?
Yeah,
Okay.
request it from him, matter of fact.
Okay.
Like, while we're
alright.
on the phone, request it or whatever.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna do that while we're live, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Mom hasn't called you or talked to you about anything?
I did talk to her. We are live. I don't want to put all your business out there when we're live.
I don't give a fuck.
I do. I'll let you know.
Oh,
I
my
mean,
God.
we're on a live stream. I'm not putting your business out there.
Well, when am I going to talk to you again if there's only $1 or something?
Probably maybe next week, maybe. Beginning of next week,
Oh,
maybe.
God. That's a long time.
Not really. It's Friday.
But I love talking to you. It's the
I know.
highlight of my day.
I know you love talking to me. I love talking to you too. But, you know, like this talking to
I'ma
people
cry.
in prison costs a lot of fucking money. You know?
I'm going to cry.
It costs a lot of money to talk to people in prison, you know? So it is what it is.
By the way, never again. I did not like the steak burger.
Okay, why don't you like the steak burger?
But thank you.
You don't like steak burgers.
Huh?
You don't like
Not
steak
the one here. The one they make here, it looks, listen, the one they make here, the onions and the fucking mushrooms, looks like a pile of dog shit on top of a burger.
And it's their most expensive item
It looks-
on there.
No, the barbecue bacon double cheeseburger is the most expensive.
Well, I thought that one was cheaper. I would have went for that.
Nope, that one's $29.99.
Well, the shit I got you was like 30 something. The steak burger was more expensive than that.
Well, the barbecue burger will be after, $30 after.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's like $36, $37 after.
well, if we'll do that one next time. We'll do that one.
Yeah.
I
love that one. It
I
comes
poured
with
the
chicken
river
tenders.
rocks in my driveway. Did I send you a picture of that yet,
Yeah.
or
Oh,
I did?
yeah, you sent me a picture of that and the two girls.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I sent you an email. I need you to check your email and text that number for me because
Okay.
this girl's about to get me some more fucking hygiene for it. So.
Okay, I got you. I'll do that for you. After the stream though, I can't do that while I'm streaming.
Okay. If any of y'all subscribers love us or love Jordan a lot, send him a little bit to put on the phone at least. I love you long, long, long time.
Super chat. We love
Great
you
talk.
long, long time. Send $5 on super chat. We love you a long time. Long
$5.
time.
Baby, $5 licky licky, $10 sucky sucky, $15. We love you long time.
$5. $5 on super chat. Oh, Sam Hyde. There's an inside joke. I'm doing it for my daughter. Hey, when you send money on the super chat, I'm doing it for my daughter. You don't know anything about that?
Wow.
I'm gonna have you watch Sam Hyde when you get out.
Okay.
Sam Hyde's funny as fuck. I'm doing it for my daughter. Hey, yo, when you send the money on the super chat, you know, I'm doing it for my daughter. I'm doing it for my daughter. It helps me help my daughter. All right, well, everybody in there doing well?
Except for the ones that are dumbasses and getting high.
Well, that is
Dumbasses
what it
and
is.
following their girlfriends.
It's all right. There's going to be no more. The drug problem's going to be over with. We're going to war with Venezuela. No more Venezuela. Boom. America. Fuck yeah.
Baby,
What? You don't want to go to war with Venezuela?
I hate being a female.
You don't want to. We'll let you out of prison. You'll join the penal battalion and
You
go
hear
to
me?
war. What? Why do you hate being a female?
Fucking period.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's bad. Periods. Can you imagine like bleeding for
you.
a week? You bleed for a week and don't die.
I do.
How do you do that? How do you bleed for
I
an
do.
entire week without dying? That shit's crazy.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. That's God.
it is a godlike power women have. You know, they bleed for an entire week and not die.
Now I know why I was being such a bitch to you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We'll probably got a couple minutes left.
You have 1 minute remaining.
1 minute remaining. At least it's
Put money
working
on
when
the phone.
It's working when I hit 0 now. It seems like they fixed that.
Yeah.
It does seem like they fixed that. It's been working now. So,
Yeah.
I'll put money on the phone when I can. I have to look at the
Okay.
budget thing. I had to have, I put the river rocks in the driveway, and I had to have the air conditioning guy fix my air conditioning.
I have a good feeling that one of our subscribers is going to give you money to put on the phone for me. I have a very good feeling about that.
Maybe. All right.
They love me.
Oh, I love you, Desirito Burrito.
I love you too.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Ugh.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right, email me, baby.
Okay, well. Oh, they're going for
All right,
count
good night.
anyway. Count time.
Yeah.
Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Perfect timing. They were going in for count anyway. So it really wasn't that big of a deal. Desirito Burrito. So that's Desirito Burrito. I've known her for about 20 years. Let me read the comments. Aren't drugs in prison mostly really bad stuff like Spice or K2? Yeah, it's mostly Spice, K2, but there's meth in there too. There's a little bit of everything in there. You know what I mean? Let's see. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm doing it for my daughter. Doing it for my daughter. Alright, hold on. Hold on, guys. We're getting this. We're having slight technical difficulty. Here we go.
Already have the power they need for a hostile, violent takeover. And I'm telling you right now that the people who are standing up to them, who are speaking out, the people who are fighting back, the politicians, the governors, the judges, the attorneys, they are in danger for their lives. You don't believe me? Look at what they're doing to specific demographics of people now. People are going to start disappearing from their homes and from their places of work. Journalists, the people that I just listed.
Oh man, we got a Pinochet regime, huh?
This is not.
It's gonna have thousands of missing people. Just anybody that ever criticized Trump is gonna disappear. You're gonna disappear if you've ever criticized Donald Trump. You're gonna disappear. Look, Donald Trump is just a business as usual politician. You know, it doesn't matter who you vote for, they're going to support Israel. You could get a left-wing politician to support Israel or a right-wing politician to support Israel. It really doesn't matter, right? On the issues that matter, like foreign wars, oil, NATO, supporting Israel, it's all kind of the same neoliberal, neoconservative, boomer status quo. That nothing really changes. Just a couple of social policy issues here and there, but nothing really changes in terms of the issues that affect rich people are going to be like rich people are going to look out for their own problems, and you're going to have the military-industrial complex, and they're going to support Israel, and they're going to do the foreign wars of aggression, and some people are going to freak out and lose their shit because a right-wing president gets elected or a left-wing president gets elected. Nothing has really changed that much. The only thing I can say is that your gun rights are safer now than they normally would be. But other than that, nothing has really fucking changed. Not really. Right? A couple of social issues are changing. I mean, they give, it's just token gestures that the rich and powerful don't give a shit about anyway. Even like the issue of abortion. Bro, if a billionaire needs an abortion, he'll fly a plane to Switzerland or something. You know what I mean? Like, they don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, or just like they give you little nuggets of things to appease the public, right? Oh, Epstein files. Oh, shit. We can't find them. Oh, by the way, look at all this shit about aliens. And then they give you the alien stuff. Oh, we're going to declassify the UAP stuff. It's like, we already know there's aliens here. I mean, I'm going to drop a bombshell right now. Aliens have been to my property. I don't want to talk about it because you won't believe me, but aliens have been on my property before, okay? And so aliens are fucking real, and they're willing to disclose some of that if it means keeping them from releasing the Epstein files.
Funny, this is
not
serious. For those of you who thought that only immigrants were going to be targeted, my sweet summer child. Anyone who deposes a tyrannical government is targeted. Every single one of them. That's every single time in history. That is what happens. 750,000 people died during the American Civil War. If we have another war on our own soil, brother against brother, sister against sister,
like women are going to fight. Yeah, right.
It will be absolutely devastating. And although I do not want this to happen, it has gotten to the point where if the people do not fight back, and if they do not stop this now, today, now, we are in for
what?
Catastrophe.
Spit it out. Catastrophe.
I don't know how else to put that. And this comes down to white people.
Oh yeah.
And
white
it's videos
people.
like this, they're just fear mongering people. And people are buying into this shit 100%. They don't question
need
it. They
white
just
people.
go, oh my gosh,
It's
she's
white
right.
people.
We got to
We
do
need the
something.
white people to do
and they
things.
become radicalized. It's because of people like this that are misinformed and just outright lying. And it's going to get people hurt.
Yeah. Another white
Because
girl
I know that black and brown
giving a
people,
speech about how white people
they
aren't
know what
doing
this
enough.
shit is about. I don't have to tell them anything. But white people, if you do not start standing up
for other races,
for the people who are being targeted
white
today,
people are not doing
you will
enough
be
to stand up
targeted
for other
tomorrow.
races. It's the same old
That's
shit.
what this is about.
White
this is
people,
about
you need to
racism. This
stand
is
up.
about misogyny,
You need to-
homophobia,
you need-
xenophobia.
You need to stand up for every race but your own. Don't stand up for your own race, white people. Stand up for every single race except for your own. You know? Abandon your tribalism and your in-group preference. Even though every other race on the planet doesn't. We want you to be the only race to not have tribalism and to not have in-group preference, even though every other race on the planet has tribalism and in-group preference. We want you to be the special race that only cares about other races and doesn't care about your own race. Yeah, how dare you only care about your own race and not go out of your way to help other races? How dare you only care about your own problems and you don't go out of your way to support other people that don't support you?
And white people, you are at the center, and you need to.
I'm tired of white people that attack other white people. I'm tired of white people that attack other white people that stand up for white people. I'm tired of white people that have some kind of like martyrdom complex, pathological altruism, and like these people actually deep down inside they're kind of good people. They're just idiotic, and that's why they're fighting for this misguided cause, because they want to signal to everybody how good they are. And so like they're like, look how good I am. But they don't, like it's all performative. Like they're not really going to go start a war and get shot for this shit. It's all drama. It's just stupid.
You need to do something.
You need to do something.
I don't know what
you
it
do
is.
Something? I don't know what it is, but you need to do
But
something.
you are the privileged group in this country.
So?
You, me. We are the privileged group in this country.
Last time I checked, we're the majority. And last time I checked, like the majority group that created a society, right? Like this place was wilderness, and you had warring gangs of natives that were here, yes. But I mean, like this was not a civilized land. It was like buildings and agriculture and like cities, skyscrapers, all the shit liberals love, right? They love these big sprawling urban concrete jungles. It's what liberals love. Well, this stuff wasn't here when we got here. All these buildings, all this infrastructure that these liberals love wasn't here when we got here. We had to build it. So the idea that Europeans are going to have privilege in a society where they're the majority it's not crazy. It's like, yeah, you're always going to have it better when you're the majority and when the society was built by like you and like your people. Like that's normal. Like feeling bad about that is like, why would you feel bad about that?
And we need to use that privilege to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. This is our fault. This
You're
is
gonna use
our
your
fault.
white privilege to
Because
fight
we didn't stand up against
against
racism
white
when we
privilege?
should have been doing so. When we didn't put an end to all of this bullshit when we should have been doing so. This is our fault.
I mean, we put an end to
October
slavery.
18th,
What else do you
that's
want?
when Civil
we
War
ended that.
officially is going to kick off in
We're
this
the
country.
ones that ended it.
It's no King's Day protest.
We put an end to
Trump
that
had a
shit.
meeting with Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, and TPUSA, and they're basically trying to label anybody that protests Trump, his policies, or his regime part of Antifa, which is domestic terrorists now. And
they are
he
domestic
was
terrorists
saying
now.
yesterday, I mean,
And by the way, guys, I just want to plug this real quick. I just want to plug this real quick, guys. Guys, this is one of the premium shirts that I'm selling. This is the anti-terrorist action shirt. We as a society do not want to give a platform to terrorists. We at Anti-Terrorist Action. So I got an anti-terror. Anti-terror is looking for recruits. Anti-Terrorist Action. And you can join Anti-Terrorist Action and pick up an Anti-Terrorist Action shirt. Hey, I just want to plug that real quick.
That pretty much went over everybody. Anybody that says anything about ICE, anybody that says anything about Trump, any of these policies are deploying the military in these cities. Anyways, if No King's Day is anything like the last one, it's going to be huge. And I think it's going to trigger him to invoke the Insurrection Act, which, is martial law. And when martial law happens, the Gravy SEALs are going to have to come out because there's not enough military to police the entire United States.
That's us.
Do you think the non-voters are just as divided as the voters, so we're about half and half?
Gravy SEALs.
Down the middle.
The Gravy SEALs.
That's what officially triggers
Gravy
the
SEALs
Civil
unite,
War. That's
guys.
my tinfoil hat theory.
You heard her say it. They're going to have to call the Gravy SEALs out. You heard her say it. I want to hear her say it again.
And when martial law happens, the Gravy SEALs are going to have to come out because there's not enough military to police the entire United States.
The Gravy SEALs are going to have to come out because there's not enough military to police the masses of liberals. I don't think she's right. I think she's batshit crazy. But I hope she's right.
United States. If you think the non-voters are just as divided as the voters, so we're about half and half, down the middle, that's what officially triggers your Civil War. That's my tinfoil hat theory. I hope it's not true, but I think as soon as the first person goes down, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. It's a sad day in America.
Like Donkey Kong.
I need all 365 million Americans to listen up. October 18th is the day. The No Kings protest is cracking off once again, baby. And if you thought the last one was big...
The fatigue has become exhaustion.
Men of culture, hope all's good wherever you are. It's that time of day. We're going to check in on the EBT community. Let's start with Florence, Italy, where a hostile migrant tries to set aflame a residential building.
Oh, no. Nobody could have seen this coming. It's not working. You can't light concrete on fire. It's not working. Yeah, it's not working. I don't think you'll be able to light the concrete building on fire there, buddy. I don't know. This guy's trying... What are you... This guy's got to be drunk, bro. Or high. Okay, so he's got an electric... He's probably trying to steal some copper. What are you trying to light the wiring on
Europe
fire?
gets the worst migrant, like these North African Sharia law wanting pricks that just want to have Sharia.
Listen, I have a business guy that I do business with, right? He's from Qatar. His family's rich. This guy's from Qatar. He's an Arabian and he's a Muslim. And I do business with this guy, right? And he told me flat out. He said, "Look, the immigrants you're getting from these Muslim countries are the worst because like they could not make it in a Muslim country. They had to run away from a Muslim country because they couldn't make it in an actual Muslim country, and people were trying to kill them for actually violating Islamic law, and that's why they're running. So the Muslims running around the United Kingdom are the worst Muslims, and this is what the real Muslims have told me. This is what this guy from Qatar has told me. He says, look, he said, I am from a Muslim country. There is a reason we will not take these people because they are not good Muslims. Is what he told me. He says, this is the worst Muslims that we don't like that end up in your country because we will not take them because they're not actually living in accordance to Islamic principles. They're killers, murderers, rapists, pedos, and like they're being kicked out of the Muslim countries. So these are the worst people that couldn't make it in a Muslim country because a Muslim country did not put up with these people. That's what the guy from Qatar told me. You know, I mean, you got to form your own opinion on if that's true or not, but I'm just telling you what a wealthy Qatari Muslim told me.
Allah take over a country. They hate our way of life. They hate Western people. If you're there and you encounter them, they give you this 1,000-year stare. They're hostile. They're angry. They're hateful. Get them the fuck out of there.
If I could just hug that daughter, like, I just feel so bad for her, and I just want her to know that I did everything I could. Those other people did everything they could.
According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Simpson was shot and killed after becoming upset because a woman she held the door open for didn't say thank you. The argument started at the store Five Below Tuesday and then spilled over to the PetSmart in the same South Oak Cliff shopping center off Wheatland Road.
Inability to think that far ahead. You're going to get killed over... What? What?
Investigators say 22-year-old Kiana Hampton followed Simpson and her daughter into the PetSmart. Employees there asked them to leave.
The screaming first caught my attention.
Fox 4 spoke to a 27-year-old ER nurse who walked out of the PetSmart as the two women were arguing in the parking lot.
The lady who was the shooter was still instigating, like, an argument or a fight or something. But the mom and daughter tried to, like, get in their car and, like, de-escalate the situation, but the lady wasn't having it.
According to the affidavit, Hampton later confirmed to detectives she engaged in the verbal dispute, entering the PetSmart twice and continuing the argument, throwing the drink bottle at Simpson's car when she was about to leave, and engaging in a physical altercation with her. That's when police say Hampton pulled out a gun and shot Simpson 3 times. Multiple nurses rushed to perform CPR, Simpson's daughter by her mom's side, while also on the phone with 911.
And people can get angry with this as much as they want, but the Second Amendment was not created for sub-Saharan Africans. But this lady's there with her daughter. If that ever happens to any of you,
that is factually accurate, I guess.
Walk away, diffuse the situation, walk away as much as you can. If you have a family or people to take care of, it's not worth it. It's just really not worth it. Okay, this one's funny. Listen to this from Greta Thunberg. I'm the only black member of my gym. The other 3 black people are cleaners. So they probably think I should be cleaning too. By the way, this is common in Greece. You'll hardly ever find a black person with any other job except cleaning, and most are college educated. No, they're not. Not that cleaning is a bad job, but damn. They're not, okay? They're coming in from African countries. They're not
they're coming
university
in from,
educated, these people that are cleaning.
Libya and stuff.
Take a look at the response from this guy.
Guys, I'm so nervous. I went to my gym in Greece, and everybody was white and Greek. Oh my God! I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Then leave the country. That's bothering you. Κάτι μαλακίες, αυτό σε πειράζει. Άμα δεν γουστάρεις, που είναι όλοι άσπροι, στο γυμναστήριο στην Ελλάδα, να φύγεις από τη χώρα.
Man, I'm telling you, if I walked into a gym in Europe and saw no black people, I can sign me up for a year.
What? Bro, what is this dude doing?
Yo, trash is right there, man. What are you doing? Yes, it's trash on the floor, man. Trash is right here. What's wrong with you, man?
Man, you should always call out people for littering. Like, this is a low IQ thing. Imagine what this guy's house looks
Littering
like.
is
a grown-ass
pretty bad.
man eating McDonald's with his hands out of a bag at the train station.
Huh?
Go work for this bro. Go work for them. You got a problem with that.
What do you say? What do you say?
Go work for them.
For who?
These people.
Who?
The T.
Why?
You're asking a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question.
This is why the hood looks like shit. They have zero respect for anywhere they live. They don't fix anything. Just break shit, litter, throw stuff on the ground.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
Ay, Armando, quítate de ahí.
Whoa!
Quítate de ahí, Armando.
Whoa, look at this
Fucking
shit.
Brandy Savage over here. I can't.
It's funny how
I can't.
All these restaurants have like bulletproof glass on them now.
Armando, quítese.
Everywhere you go, there's got to be like bulletproof glass on the restaurant windows.
I can't.
It's only because we
Oh,
were
shit.
not given education for so long.
Bro,
That's not
this
true,
is
though.
Right. That is very true.
Look, I remember this. This is like, I remember Nick Fuentes was like in a room full of black girls, and they all wanted to fuck him. Bro, every black girl in there wanted to fuck Nick Fuentes, and you could tell, like he's basically Nick Fuentes. To my knowledge, I don't know if he's a virgin or not, but like he calls himself like an incel, and like all these black girls, like you could tell them they wanted to fuck Nick.
True.
It's not because when y'all got us from Africa, you got us. You got the greats. You got the scientists. You got the alchemists.
We got the greats, did we? We
What?
got the scientists and the alchemists. We was alchemists. Good Lord.
What?
You got all the greats.
Oh, look, I actually got a friend that his family's from West Africa, and he's part of the Fulani tribe. And he told me, he said, look, I'm not mad at white people for slavery. I said, why not? And he says, because I'm a Fulani, and he says, we're the ones that sold them to you. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? So it's actually the Fulani, or it wasn't just his tribe, it was like several tribes had, I think the Zulus had enslaved people too, and they sold them to like Spanish Europeans. Some of those were Spanish Jews. Some of them were Spanish Jews. And then they were transported to the United States, and I think from there they were sold.
What y'all thought was great. What y'all thought were what. And when I say y'all, I mean your ancestors. You feel me? So what y'all thought was great. Y'all scooped us up. Y'all got the greats, right? And then y'all shipped up. Exactly. Right. And so it's genetic. Everything you got is from us. White comes from
Everything
black.
we got.
If you don't know, I'm just saying y'all just like something that God created because he has a sense of humor. So,
But see, that's the most hateful statement that's been said.
And it's okay. It's okay if you feel that way.
Man, this must be torture for Nick right now. He does not belong on this panel. He's way too smart for this.
Bro,
But when
all of them want to
when
fuck
you know
him.
yourself and you know your history,
I saw that
we
whole
can have this
interview, and they
conversation
all wanted to
day.
have sex with him.
And like
You
I
could tell.
said, I agree with you. I think interracial was the worst thing that we could have ever done.
That's insane.
It
I
messed
cannot
us
agree.
up.
I say that all the time.
It messed us up.
The world went to
It messed
shit
us up. It messed us up.
when
And it's
segregation
okay.
ended.
It's
No,
okay.
I don't
We
care what
are all
nobody got to
children
say.
of God, and I
all right,
disagree
you think
with
it's the
that
worst thing.
vehemently.
You agree with her?
I agree with her completely.
Okay, and then
disagree
you
with that.
disagree.
We are all children of God. That is insane. That's an insane thing to say, that we should all be separated. Like, what was segregation?
Wow.
What was what? Come on.
Something that was brought to us.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I think racial integration was like mishandled. I don't think that it was done at gunpoint. So I honestly don't think it's worked. I'm not saying that you literally replace it with segregation, but I am saying I'm not sure racial integration has worked. You know what I mean? And so I try to be nuanced when I talk about these things. I try to be fair to black people because there's obviously good black people out there, but I'm not convinced that racial integration has worked, and I don't know what you would replace it with. I think the return to the land movement in Arkansas, with those guys doing that, I think you just have to have a legal framework where I think European people, white people, have the legal, moral right to preserve their heritage and their culture. And we already have legal frameworks for people doing this. We have Native American reservations, and we have, under the UN Charter, cultures have the right to preserve themselves, right? And so I believe that the return to the land movement, out in Arkansas, I believe that expanding that and allowing more of those to exist. And look, we have Amish country. There's Amish country. There's places where lots of Mormons live. You got Mennonites. You have Quakers. You have Native American reservations. So the idea of white ethno-states, little white micronations in the United States, it's not that crazy. Like, you could have that, and it's not like the sky would fall tomorrow. It's not like the United States would just, oh my God, the world's on fire. There's a white area where like, things would be normal. Like, things would be normal for the normal black people and normal white people. Life would continue to be the same if you had, like, if you took, say, 100 acres of land and you said, okay, we're going to start out with this, and we're going to make this a little white reservation where you put all the white people that want to preserve their race, right? If you did something like that, it's not like the sky would fall tomorrow. It's not like the whole world would end in fire and Armageddon. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if you really believe in the right of self-determination and the right of free association, then I think those that are against, like, segregation, if they want to have their own space, I think they should have the right to their own space. Is that a controversial take? I don't think so. What do you guys think in the chat? Should you have a return to the land be allowed to exist? The guys out in Arkansas that do return to the land. I think they have the right to exist. I think that white people have the right to do that if that's what they want to do. 100%. Right? And I think that that's how you're going to, I think see, in Northern Ireland, they ended the violence there through a peace process, right? So I think if you have a lawful way for white people to preserve their culture and do their own thing, and it doesn't hurt black people, I think that you should be able to do it. I don't think you're not violating anybody's civil rights by doing it. You're doing your own thing. You're preserving your own culture, your own heritage, your own race. And if you have a lawful means to do it, then there's no legitimate reason for terrorism, right? But if you tell white people that they're not allowed to exist and preserve their culture, well, that's where a lot of that terrorism stuff comes in. So if you want peace and you want order and you want stability, like, you need to allow white people to be able to do this. If you want to, Matt Canali says it should be a choice, let the individual decide if they want to integrate or not. See, that's the thing. Racial integration was mismanaged because it was literally, and I'll show you guys this. I'll show you guys this. Racial integration forced at gunpoint. Right? Yeah, literally you got these students at bayonet point. You know what I mean? We got students being forced at bayonet point to racially integrate. And so I think racial integration was done completely incorrectly. I think the way they should have done it is they should have figured out a system to where if you want to integrate, you can. If you don't want to integrate, you don't have to. And that's more in line with human nature and how human nature actually works. Because human beings are tribal, right? And so when you literally made the system to where, like, everybody has to be part of one, we're going to be one people now. We're going to pretend race doesn't exist. And, like, that's the society we tried to build, and that's incredibly naive. And so I think, like, the return to the land movement, and I think that, black separatists that want to do their own thing. And look, you got Native American reservations, you have Amish country, you have Quakers, you have Mormons, you have little enclaves where people live and they have their beliefs. And I think that you should be able to do that. I think that's 100% morally okay. And I think that, forcing people to embrace other cultures at gunpoint is not cool. Like, forcing people through the government and the state to integrate if they don't want to is not cool, And I think a lot of black people would agree with me on this. I think it's just common sense. I think you couldn't do it in Yugoslavia. The Serbians and the Croatians, they probably have more in common than, like, a rural white person and, like, a black guy from Detroit. Like, if you take a rural white person from, like, Central Florida and you take a black guy from Detroit who's from, like, the middle of the inner city, like, those two people don't have much in common. All right? And so trying to force a square peg into a round hole and trying to force people to get along instead of just kind of letting people have freedom of association and doing their own thing, I think that's where a lot of the ethnic conflict in the world comes from. And I think that's where a lot of the racial and ethnic violence in the United States comes from. And so I believe there will be more peace, order, and stability if we stop trying to force racial integration at gunpoint. And if I mean we're not even allowed to talk about that's what happened. It seems that's gone down the memory hole, because the truth of the matter is racial integration was like forced at gunpoint. So I like what Nick is doing here, because what Nick is doing here is he's literally talking about the fact that, you know, it's freedom of association. You shouldn't be forced at gunpoint to embrace this stuff. I mean, if you want to be racially integrated, that's your personal choice, but putting a gun to somebody's head, literally telling them you have to do this, and it's, you know, the kids in school are brainwashed and indoctrinated. They're basically told you have to think this way. I mean, anybody that doesn't think this way is called a racist, and then that's the end of that. You know, you get ostracized, you get bullied, you get I mean, they really, it's not like, I mean, you're not a racist, are you? Let me find out. You're not a racist, are you? You know what I mean? I mean, if I literally put a gun to your head, and I'm saying that anybody that doesn't believe in the multiculturalist, which is really monoculturalism, you're trying to force all the cultures into one gray consumer blob. They're really trying to destroy culture. They're not multicultural. They're monocultural. They're trying to erase culture by smashing it all into one blob. And it's very evil what they're trying to do, right? And it's just, unfortunately, I mean, some people have called me a white supremacist, but white people are the only group that's dumb enough to fall for it. Because other cultures and other races are like, this is stupid. We're not going to go for this. I mean, we're the only ones that are dumb enough to fall for it. So, I mean, that's the thing. I'm not really a white supremacist, because at the end of the day, are white people really supreme if they're dumb enough to fall for this? I mean, you're gonna surrender all of your culture and all of your empires and everything on the altar of some ideal, like some misguided notion that we're all going to be a global world now. We're all going to get along, and there's going to be sunshine and rainbows. I mean, come on. I mean, like, you got to be kind of dumb to fall for that. So, you know, when people start saying, oh, we're the whites, we're the master race, well, we're dumb enough to fall for this. So I would say that white people are not the master race. I would say that we definitely fall for a lot of stuff. And the fact that we fall for the multiculturalist scheme of completely turning our countries into multi-culti, cultureless, monocultural, corporate, gray, smudge. I mean, look, we've destroyed our community. We don't know who our neighbors are. We all moved into the cities. We all live on pieces of property that are this big. Are you sure we're the master race? Because we really got the wool pulled over our eyes. I mean, look at our boomer parents living on pieces of property that are this big. Been here for 300 years, and you live on a piece of property that's this fucking big. So I don't think white people are the master race at all. I don't think that. I don't believe that, because, I mean, you know, we had entire empires, and our parents have been, you know, our generations have been here in America for hundreds of years. Yet, I mean, how can we live? How can our parents, like my mom has a piece of property that's this freaking big compared to mine. Your family's been here for hundreds of years, and you got a property that's this big. How smart is that? It doesn't make any. I mean, it's just dumb. Right? And so people accuse me of being a white supremacist, but most of the time I'm railing about how stupid we are to fall for this stuff. I mean, we shoot ourselves in the foot as white people all the time and support policies that are not in our best interest, because we're pathologically altruistic and we want to help people and we genuinely want to make the world a better place. And so we completely ignore human nature so that we can help people. And then we do things that screw ourselves over. So I don't think we're the master race, because a master race wouldn't do some shit like that, right? I mean, the Asians have a lot more sense than this. I mean, Africans have a lot more sense than this. So we're weak in some ways. We have an Achilles heel. We have weaknesses, you know? And so, like, the people that have accused me of being a white supremacist, I mean, are we really that supreme? to allow the things that have happened to happen, I don't think we're supreme at all. I think we have a lot to learn from black people, quite frankly, because black people, if they were in our position, they wouldn't allow any of this stuff to happen. If black people were in our position, do you think they would allow any of the things we allow to happen? No, of course not. So we have a lot to learn from black people, really. They have a lot they can teach us. They really do.
Bro, even Myron's facial expressions in this video says it all. I mean, this is why white people are starting white communes. Look, you're allowed to buy land and build on it and have only the people that you want on that land.
Yep.
It's
and
your
you should
land.
be allowed to do
it's not
that.
against the law.
Not against the law. And it should continue to be that way. And that's the way that things will get better. Like, we'll be able to have people have their own space. You know what I mean? These people.
And we're bringing in the lowest
Ecuador
of the
and stuff.
lows in our country most of the time, and this
Or not
has to
Ecuador,
stop.
but
I mean,
wherever.
in Canada, I'd assume they'd be Indian, but they're not. But we don't need more taxi drivers. Okay, we don't need more of the lowest totem on the pole people. I'm totally against immigration right now. We have too many illegals. We have too many immigrants. It
Look,
has to stop. There needs to be a cap on it.
AI is taking all the jobs. What do we need? What do we need more immigrants for? We don't need more immigrants. We don't. Legal or illegal. I mean, we just don't need it. We don't need it. We got enough of our own problems. It's like, and we have, like, you know, and I don't normally get into politics in this stream, but like things have got to change in terms of like we don't have the luxury of doing this pathological altruism thing anymore, guys. We really don't. Like this shit's gone on too far. It's got to stop.
If we ever reach a point where we're back to a normal country,
gotta stop.
You can have immigration, and if you had immigration at say 1% over 3 years, so let's call it 100,000 to 150,000 people a year, and you bring in skilled workers that would actually contribute to the country. No taxi drivers, no H-1B visa shit.
Yeah.
H-1B visas are a big scam. These are just for Silicon Valley to get cheap labor in, and then they bring in their whole family because they're on this visa. Thankfully, Trump has somewhat put a stop to that with the $100,000 fee for it. But it has to stop. We have to be done with immigration for a while. It has to stop.
Yeah. Bro, you know shit's gotten real when you're at Popeyes and there's bulletproof glass on the wall. Man, you know shit's gotten real for real, guys. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just being honest, bro. You know shit's gotten real. When you go to Popeyes and you see there's bulletproof glass on the wall, I walk out of there. Because I'm like, man, I'm in the wrong spot. Like when I go to Popeye's Chicken and I don't go to Popeye's that often, really. I probably go to I'm not going to say I've never gone to Popeye's. Like they make good chicken, you know? Like I've probably gone to, I've gone to Lindy's. I've gone to Popeye's. I've gone to, where else have I gone? KFC, yeah, but KFC's, yeah. I used to like their bowls. Like their bowls. I used to like their bowls. But Popeyes is better chicken than KFC in my opinion. But when I go into Popeyes and I see there's bulletproof glass on the window. Woo! Why is it only Popeyes? Listen, you can go, I'm telling you, you can go into a place like, say, Tallahassee or Augusta, Georgia, like a regular kind of smaller city, right? And then you go to McDonald's, there won't be bulletproof glass. You go to the gas station, there's not bulletproof glass. But then you go to Popeyes, and there's bulletproof glass, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I mean, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? Oh my god, bro. You got the little kid is in the argument. Like it.
The little girl's even cursing her out too.
Yeah, like what the hell? You got the little girl. they're trying to tell their own girl, you tripping.
Bro, really,
you know?
around the kids. Again, just walk away. You got your kids there. Just bounce. It's not worth it. Whatever it is, it's not worth it.
It's going down at the Popeyes. Oh, what kind of backpack does he got? That's a nice backpack. You guys see that backpack? That guy's got a cool backpack. Hey Dan, what's going on, Dan? We got Matt Canali, we got who else we got? Let me see who our top fans are. Autistic, Miles, Matt, FSF, Sabrina, Gene Cena, Zombie Medic, Elaine, and Dan. That's our top fans listening to the chat. It's good. Oh! I thought that shit was going to be over with.
What happens when there's no man in the picture? No husband, no father. You get cultural enrichment.
The Japanese people are probably like, what? What's going on
Look, I love
here?
going to Japan. I go every year. It's my favorite country to visit. I love the food. The people are great. And I like it because there's none of this. And the Japanese people, you know, you look at this video and it's harmless by itself, except for the fact that these are the same people that would cry about cultural appropriation. But it's harmless. But the Japanese people, they hate this stuff. They're so
Yeah, I imagine.
clean and organized, and they don't want any of this. And that's why it's such a beautiful place to go.
Yeah, I mean, the Asians definitely run interesting societies. She's like, no, I love how the face is blurred out, but you can see how visibly uncomfortable she is. Even though her face is blurred out, I gotta go, I gotta go. She's literally running from this dude, bro. What the hell?
Ladies, you gotta have better survival skills out there. Migrants come around you.
Bro, this is out of hand.
Bounce. Don't even let them get behind you. Don't let them get near you. Just bounce.
Look at this shit.
Oh my god. What the fuck is that? This dude's pooping on this dude's car.
How?
Why
I
is
guess
this guy
the moral
taking...
of the story is don't buy a brown car. Now let's take a look at a...
No, you should buy a brown car. So, especially if you live like around these people, that way you can't see the shit all over the car. Because apparently the people are pooping on cars now. Guys, I want to ask the chat, how would you guys react if somebody literally pooped on your car? How would you react, and have you ever had somebody try to poop on your car? I didn't know that was a thing. Apparently that's a thing now.
A African man in China who just can't take a hint.
What the hell? I don't get it.
I'm seeing so many white people right now going on like organizer retreats and posting about their joy and how awesome it was. Honestly, I want to see more of y'all like sitting your ass at home and giving your money to black and brown people so they can do that shit. I want to see more of y'all like
Yeah, just like, so white people give all your money to black and brown people. Okay? Or else give up all your money. Give all your money to black people. Or else.
sitting your ass at home and giving your money to black and brown people so they can do that.
Yeah, we don't owe them nothing. Walter Williams once said, famously, that his idea of social justice was you keep what you earn and I keep what I earn.
Oh.
That sounds absolutely fair. You know, since 1965, what have we spent? $22 trillion on welfare and housing and, you know, EBT and all these programs. Yeah, you've got enough money, okay? We're done here. The bank is shut down.
The bank is literally going to shut down soon. The money's not going to be worth shit. Bro, you should have known better, bro. Facebook Marketplace
Bro, I'm sorry.
transaction.
Again, the survival skill thing. You see a couple of black hooded people waiting outside, just keep driving. Why are you stopping? And I'm gonna guess that this took place in the hood, this transaction. Like, why would you even go there?
I'm not gonna lie. That shit looks suspicious as hell. Doesn't it? You got one guy with like a mask on.
Bro, I'm sorry. Again, the survival skill thing. Older, just a black person being killed by you 12 times. It's not safe. Just keep going.
What the hell? Pee-pee. Pee-pee. Welcome to Pee-pee's water park. Yeah, there's pee-pee all over the floor in the New York City train. It's the Big Apple. New York City, the Big Apple. And there's pee-pee all over the train.
This disgusting piece of crap is exactly why you should never, ever put your...
Can you imagine paying $5,000 a month to live in a little coffin-sized apartment, only to get on the train every morning and there's pee-pee on the train? There's piss all over the floor. You pay $5,000. I feel bad for you guys that live in New York. Like, you pay like $5,000 a month rent to live in a little coffin apartment, and then you go on the train or the subway, and there's like pee all over the floor. There's like piss and shit all over the subway.
Bags on the floor in any public transportation whatsoever.
Oh, look at this. What is this? He's throwing shit everywhere. What the hell is going on here? You got bulletproof glass at Taco Bell. It must be a bad area that Taco Bell's in.
Have your conservative values moved in one?
Joe Rogan right now. We'll watch something else.
Man of culture, hope all's good.
See what Asmongold's doing, huh?
You guys ready for this? This is going to be great.
Pretend to be on a panel with
Hello.
Check it
Nice
out.
to have you. This is a
Me and
big
Asmon just hanging
announcement.
out.
We have a lot of big announcements. They're sort of all big
right now.
announcements, actually.
Sounds like my stream
looks
title.
like-
It's
looks like me and
wonderful
Asmon
to
are-
be
we're both
in the
live.
Oval Office. I think you probably like it the best. You like it the best for press conferences.
Look at all the gold.
But today I'm excited to announce another historic achievement in our quest to lower drug prices for all Americans.
Good.
Prices have come way down. We've gotten prices way down for groceries, for oil especially. Today we broke $60 a barrel. We think the oil is going to be under $2 a gallon very soon. That's about
Turn it down.
70% lower than what it was just a year ago. So that's a big thing. And when the oil comes down, everything comes down. It's pretty beautiful to watch.
Wow.
AstraZeneca, the largest pharmaceutical manufacturer in the United Kingdom, is committing to offer Americans major discounts on their vast catalog of prescription drugs. One of the great companies, by the way.
Oh
and
my God, prescription drugs. That's what we need. That's what we need. We need prescription drugs. It reminds me of the Sam Hyde doctor. Let's see if we can find it. Hold on. See if I can find it. See if it's still up. Hold on, guys. We're looking for it. What the hell? I can't find it, guys. But I can't find it. Does anybody know the name of the Sam Hyde skit where he gives the girl pills? I can't find it. Oh, here it is. There we go. Here we go, guys. Pharmaceutical company.
I don't feel so good in my head. It's a good thing my parents are so smart from watching so much TV. They could find a professional medical doctor that I can trust.
Let's see what we have here. I would say this is the most interesting set of symptoms I've ever encountered. You are a unique and special young lady. I would, dare I say, even an indigo child.
It seems like this one is getting free pens. A pen isn't an expensive item, so hopefully it's not much of a conflict of interest. He does have some rather personalized Hanukkah cards, I'll say that.
I'm gonna go ahead and diagnose you with ambivalent, anti-authoritarian, authority questioning, maladjusted, dysmorphic nervosia, or dysmorphia nervosa. I get them confused all the time.
I wonder how much time it took him to pick out a tie this morning.
Doesn't matter. But here's the thing. Paranoid personality disorder, 100% of women your age have this. So you're in good company. Best in the world as far as I'm concerned. Now, we want to jump on this right now so that by the time you're 28, you have a nice apartment and you're working the register at Whole Foods. Okay? Typically what I do is I pump you full of pills. So I start with one pill, one little pill. And then I give you 2. And then I give you 3. And then you'll be begging for more. It's nothing to be ashamed of. They just came out with an amazing drug that's gonna help you. This stuff is killer. It's cutting edge. Basically what it does is it goes inside your brain. There's all this shit, but it makes it so that you can feel normal.
Is it better feel?
It's better feel, yes! You've heard of it. Very few side effects, works instantaneously, 2 pills a day. It's gonna get you back on the trolley here. I got a sample. You gotta try one of these.
Don't do it. Oh, she did it. No, she actually did it.
Okay, you're being a little dramatic. Let's get on their new website here. Put my reward points in. Whoa. In exchange for all the scripts I wrote last month, I got a free BMW Z4. This thing's badass. That's more turquoise or teal? I wonder if this BMW Z4 comes with a hysterical crying girl in the trunk. If it doesn't, I know where to get one.
If it doesn't, I know where to get one.
Damn! I'm like Chris Tucker when I get this BMW Z4. Damn! I bet if I give you hair plugs and breast implants and turn you into a medical freak, I can get a free Sub-Zero fridge. I'm thinking, yeah.
New fridge.
This stuff is supported by the literature, okay? It's safe enough to give to babies. How is it the big idea is?
You're being dramatic. You're being hysterical. Ungrateful bitch. I can't wait to get my hands on you.
Not a big deal. A lot of people have this reaction. Have you heard of Cymbalta?
I got ouchies in my head.
Anyways, that's a quick little segue. I just wanted to show that. He mentioned, oh, how good is it that we got pharmaceuticals coming in?
Most favored nations pricing clause. So most favored nation is you're going to pay whatever the lowest price anywhere in the world is. That's what you're going to be paying. And I had it going very well in my first term, but we were interrupted by a rigged election, so I was unable to carry it forward.
Damn,
and started
it's
it.
too bad.
But this was something one of the reasons I wanted to run again was we had to have favored nations where the world is not going to be paying just a fraction, just a tiny fraction of what we were paying.
Yeah,
I want to
fair.
thank CEO Pascal Soriot, a very highly respected, one of the most respected men in business and certainly in the industry, for joining us today,
Prescription
as well
drugs
as
are crazy
Secretary Howard
expensive.
Lutnick, Secretary Robert
Disgusting.
F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz,
There he is.
FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and Virginia Governor, a man who's done an incredible job. And good luck with the upcoming election. I know you're working very hard. I watch you. You're right there. He's out there working. He wants to see that
Better feels.
young woman win, and the Attorney General, who I endorsed, et cetera, Glenn Youngkin. Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you for being here. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription.
All right, I'm a little bit bored, guys. Let's see what's going on. Oh, so
and so we've undergone this political transformation, and on the other side of it, we do have a much different America. And the question is, now that we really do have like these large groups of different races in the country, can there be a brand new political order that's based on understanding? It's really about power. That's ultimately what it comes down to.
This is the crossroads we're at as a country. Nick and a non-trivial percentage of people that are out there, young people on the left and the right, see this as entirely a power game to be fought along ideological and specifically identitarian lines. And I don't want them to turn into shock troops that burn the country to the ground or ignite in reaction some kind of heinous civil war. Hey there, friends, fans, and foes of Dad Saves America. John Popola here. And, well, for the past several weeks, I have been talking about the past and what it means for the future, talking about our different revolutions. The French Revolution versus the American Revolution, the sort of radical utopian Jacobins of the French Revolution, and some of the corollaries we see in our current politics, especially on the left, from similar types of characters. And I came across a couple things this week that frankly have scrambled my brain a little bit and that I think are worth diving into, because in so many ways, I feel like right now I have a certain sense of existential dread. And it's partly because it does feel like we are in a French Revolution type of moment. For starters, the American Revolution in 1776 was essentially something geared at trying to preserve the society and to repel what was essentially now a foreign power. The French Revolution was something very different. It wanted to remake the society and fundamentally reform and transform the society from within. And that is what we're facing now. And how to think about that and how that can go wrong, like the French Revolution did, is something that's been on my mind. And it is not just folks on the left who are in a revolutionary state of mind.
A shocking number of young Trump voters support socialist policies, a Democrat socialist president in 2028, and even UN supervision of America, according to a new poll from Rasmussen Reports and Justin Haskins. The stuff in here is incredible. 76% of young voters agree that major industries like healthcare, energy, and big tech should be nationalized to give more control and equity to the people, including a strong majority of young Republicans, over 70%. 53% would like to see a Democratic socialist candidate win the 2028 presidential election, including a huge amount, 35% of those who said they voted for Trump in 2024. 55% said they would support a law that would confiscate Americans' excess wealth.
Interesting what constitutes excess. When does your wealth become excess? And who determines that?
Including things like second homes, luxury cars, private boats, in order to help young people buy a home for the first time. Absolutely horrible stuff. There was even Trump voters, only 33% of them said no when offered a list of options of what to set an income cap at. So even Trump voters in the 18 to 39-year-old bracket want incomes capped. That's pretty socialistic. And so the trend, in my opinion,
I don't want my income
isn't
to be
that these
capped.
people who voted for Trump are more conservative or more capitalistic or any of that.
The fuck?
They basically want the system burned down because we aren't offering a better situation for them or speaking their language.
There is a massive gap taking place between our elites of all sorts and our young people and working class people and normal people. I'm both horrified by this and I also understand it. There's a lot of discontent. There is a lot of things in our society that feel fundamentally rigged and unfair, and actually are fundamentally rigged and unfair. And one aspect of this, and one outgrowth of it, is that for the past, let's say 15 years in particular, our sons, boys like my son, have been getting told crazy stuff. They've entered middle school in an era of both Me Too and sort of woke identity politics and been told that this is not their time. Our boys are getting bombarded by this every which way, but especially in school.
Okay.
But not just school, also in the workplace, also in the broader culture. Now, there's been a shift, but as this Rasmussen report points out, that shift might be more temporary than we would like for those of us that are happy that some of this woke reign of terror has seemingly come to at least a temporary end. One of the outcomes of this assault on our boys is the rise of voices and the mainstreaming of voices that frankly adopt the identity war mindset. And one of them is Nick Fuentes. Now, if you haven't heard of Nick Fuentes, because, my audience looks a little like me, sort of older dads, he's a young guy who is a rising voice on the right, and he's starting to be re-platformed now that the censorship industrial complex has ebbed a little bit. And he was just this week, just a couple days ago, on Dave Smith's podcast, and the thing already has 1 million views. It was instantly a gigantic hit. Nick is a voice of these young men. And I think we ignore that at our peril as a body politic, but also as parents and as fathers, because you should know the kinds of voices that your kids are paying attention to.
For a lot of people that you talk to, these are like, I'm not saying they were black people growing up in the Jim Crow South, but they really were. They really did come up under a system that was overtly bigoted against them, where it was like, hey, it is the law of the land that you will be denied opportunities. We're looking to put women and people of color and everything except you, straight white man. Mm-hmm. We're looking at everything else. Your university hates your guts. Hollywood hates your guts. The media, the political class. And it's a big ask after all of that when you get the leg up to go, can you be cool now? And so I understand where that's a tough thing, to ask. At the same time, I do think, as you mentioned, we're not going to live in a white ethno state. Mm-hmm. The 1960, we can't go back to 1965 and undo the Immigration Act. And this is going to be a multiracial society of some sort. And we ought to think about, like, okay, how do we move forward in a way that's conducive to peace and prosperity, which is kind of what we all on some level want.
Yeah, it's a difficult question because I guess it comes down to multiracialism itself, because we do live in different America. There was, I'm told, a consensus in the 90s and the early noughts where people describe race relations as generally good. And, we could talk about why that is. I mean, people say that that's only after there was this intense anti-crime intervention, the crime bill and Giuliani and stop and frisk and all that. But people say things are pretty good.
There's a bunch of points here. The one is a question. Can we have a multicultural society and have it work? And we have told ourselves, certainly our elite institutions have been telling us that this is the nature of America. And I broadly actually agree with that we have been a multicultural society for a pretty long time. We are maybe the only truly successful multiracial, multicultural society. The only other one I can think of in this hemisphere, in the new world, so to speak, is Brazil. And Brazil is a basket case. So we're it. If it's going to work, it's going to work here. It might only work here. But what's he talking about with the 90s?
Spoiler alert. It's not going to work.
He's echoing something that I say here all the time, which is the late 90s was indeed the peak of Western civilization. And when it comes to race relations, the late 90s and the early 2000s really were a peak. This is the Gallup poll on race relations that Nick is talking about and that I have referenced on a couple of occasions. And it asks the question, would you say relations between white and black people are very good, somewhat bad, or very bad? And this graph here is of those who said it was either good or very good. And as you can see, entering the 21st century,
as you can see,
black and white people.
When you look at the year 2025, things are looking up a little bit because Kanye West put out a certain song that united everybody.
People were pretty close to each other, and a supermajority said good or very good. Whites were 70, as high as 75%. Black Americans were 70 to say 62. There's a dip here in 2007, 55, but then it kind of comes back. And 61, again, supermajority, a bill that could actually pass the Senate without filibustering. And then it takes this horrible turn, starting in 2013. And I'm going to come back to that. But this really was the halcyon days of the late 90s and the early 2000s. But one of the other things, as I've been going back to the 90s, is that there was stuff going on in the 90s that echoes a lot of recent times. The 90s and early 2000s in some ways were like this sort of mini version, like little fractal repetition of our times today, and of the kind of cycle of history that has repeated several times in America.
There are 3,000 National Guardsmen on duty in the city of Los Angeles. I will use whatever force is necessary to restore order.
In April of 1992, President George H.W. Bush federalized the California National Guard to help local law enforcement regain control in Los Angeles during the LA riots. The unrest stemmed from the police beating of Rodney King, which was caught on camera. The officers involved were acquitted, and there were fires, looting, and destruction throughout the city.
Sound familiar, right? You've got Donald Trump sending the National Guard into California, Chicago, and Portland, in some ways under more coherent circumstances because he's claiming he's protecting federal buildings as opposed to just doing local law enforcement. But here we are.
Nearly 10,000 National Guard troops were deployed. In 6 days, more than 60 people died, more than 2,000 people were injured, and damages were estimated at over $1 billion.
This was the BLM riots 1.0, you could say. Actually, no, 1.0 would technically be the 60s. But this one was closer to the BLM riots and actually had more justification with Rodney King than the BLM riots. But I digress.
Why are we the victims? My friends are good Christians.
Everybody, get you a pepper launcher. This is what you need. It's that pepper launcher.
Many Koreans who yesterday were the shopkeepers of South Central Los Angeles today have lost the businesses they took years to create.
What can I say? I don't have any word to say. That's Rita, come back, John.
George Huang woke this morning to find his mini mall burnt to the ground. A loss of $1.5 million and a lifetime of dreams and effort. 41 Korean businesses in South Central have been torched, dozens looted. In this overwhelmingly black and Hispanic area, Koreans own many of the small businesses. They're insular, they employ their own, they keep to themselves. Blacks say that's the problem.
I'm not surprised that the Koreans got targeted because their prices are high, their attitude is wrong, and they just don't seem to have any respect for the black community.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Can't we all just get along isn't new. And it does raise the question, how do we get from this to a state of relative peace by the end of the decade? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and some of it is the return of law and order, which basically everyone, especially poor people in black communities, ultimately would prefer. You don't want to send your kids out to school and have them get shot. That doesn't work that great. So despite the Rodney King beating, despite the tensions between black communities and the police, the fact of the matter is, this was actually the high watermark at this moment for crime in the United States. And what came...
It's funny. This is just the videos I'm getting recommended. It's like everybody's talking about it. You know, that's why I'm throwing my hat into it, is because, like, it seems like everybody's talking about it. You know? So, I mean, that's why I'm going ahead and doing it today, because it seems like everybody else is talking about it. So, I might as well cover it, too.
Next.
I don't know why everybody... You know, nothing big has happened with race relations in America in the last week or so. I don't know why everybody's talking about race all of a sudden, but they are, so here we go.
Drove crime down to all-time lows, to the point where when I moved to New York City in 1999, the place is clean, the place is super safe. It's actually like the safest, biggest city in the country. And there's a Republican mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who's broadly liked. It's like another reality looking back 25 years ago. But there were other echoes of our modern times in the 90s and signs that the 90s was sort of healing itself, because political correctness was also rampant in the 90s. It was also the first wave of political correctness. But We solved it the old-fashioned way by laughing at it.
It's a whole new ball game on campus these days, and they call it PC. PC? Politically correct. And it's not just politics, it's everything. It's what you eat, it's what you wear, and it's what you say. And if you don't watch yourself, you can get in a buttload of trouble.
Hey, Sam, isn't that the guy that you used to,
Yeah. You went out with a white male? I was a freshman.
Fresh person, please. Please.
See, all this stuff was happening in the 90s, but we did mock it.
You know, this place is kind of insane. Wait till you meet the cause heads. The what? These, Tom, are your cause heads. They find a world-threatening issue and stick with it for about a week. What's up? What up? What happened to the ozone layer? It was last week.
I'm a black man. There's no justice for me here in America. I should be at the front of the line.
Yeah, well, I'm gay and subject to ridicule and discrimination wherever I go.
Women are oppressed throughout the world. Give it a rest.
Thank you.
My first job was actually at MTV, and even MTV had fun making fun of political correctness on college campuses in response to the release of PCU.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Soren with MTV News. Political correctness has gone from being a catchphrase to a sometimes tyrannical mandate on a lot of college campuses, and now there's a movie about it called PCU. Juliet Honan took some real-life students from UCLA to review the film.
First time I came to UCLA, I couldn't believe how many groups there were. I saw just an ad the other day for the Pacific Asian Islanders Gay Lesbian Association. And I said, oh my God, only in LA.
Only in LA. That all went national, but for a time, we beat it back to the point where, well, frankly, this was a time when people like Jimmy Kimmel were actually funny.
Tonight on Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher.
Then they are the co-hosts of The Man Show, premiering June 16th on Comedy Central, Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. Boys, how are you, man? Hello, how are you?
Even then, Adam was the funnier of the two. But this was the thing. We went through a mini version of all of this stuff 25 years ago and came out the other end feeling pretty good about America, feeling like the future had possibilities. There wasn't a lot of desire to burn the country to the ground. Not on the left, not on the right, only on the whack job left. But there was indeed a whack job left, the critical theory left, the people that were driving the early version of this political correctness, this radical intersectionalism that tells our young boys, especially our young white boys, that they're the source of all of our problems and radicalizes them. And you can see a future president celebrating this radicalism firsthand in 1990.
And I remember that the black law students had organized an orientation for the first-year students. And one of the persons who spoke at that orientation was Professor Bell. And I remember him sauntering up to the front and not giving us a lecture, but engaging us in a conversation and speaking the truth and telling us that he has to learn at this place that I've carried with me ever since. Open up your hearts and your minds to the words of Professor Derek Bell.
Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth.
That makes a lot of sense.
Experience growth with
Open up your hearts and your minds to Derek Bell. Who is Derek Bell? Well, this was the man behind critical race theory.
Oh, it's
Derek
a New
Bell
Yorker article too.
and others, Kimberly Crenshaw and others, they were the ones that really laid the foundation for the kind of supercharged identity politics that still permeates our campuses to this literal very day and has radicalized our sons and pushed them into the hands of a lot of different voices that wouldn't be my favorite choice, like Nick Fuentes. People who are embracing identity politics themselves, white identity politics. And so that might help explain how and why, starting around 2013, race relations began to collapse under President Barack Obama. I did an entire video pointing this stuff out. Others have noted it as well. But the collapse of race relations was precipitous, and it was under President Obama. And it wasn't because President Obama was black, because don't forget, he got reelected quite handily. It was because he was a critical theory guy fundamentally. This is what drove the politics of the post-Ferguson era, the era of Black Lives Matter, the radicalization that really found its peak in the 2020 through 2024 time period under, well, President Obama's vice president, come President Joe Biden. Horrible, horrible stuff. Total collapse. In 2013, black adults, 66% said they thought race relations in this country were good to very good. By 2021, they were down to 33%, cut in half. Only a third, from 2/3 to 1/3. This was a radical destruction of our multicultural society. This was something that was the backdrop for all of this identity psychopathy. And one of the most ironic things is I hadn't actually looked at this in a little bit. It looks like they have recently updated the data that shows this kind of amazing bounce back this year, 2025. Still not to the peaks, still not all the way back, but it's interesting that President Trump 2.0 is presiding over a rebound in perceived race relations between blacks and whites, among both white people and black people. That is shocking to me. Actually, it's not that shocking because President Trump actually got a larger share of the black vote than, well, any Republican in recent memory. So what does this all have to do with the French-like revolutionary moment that we seem to be in? The dangers being posed on both the radical left, the true Jacobins that I've talked about in prior videos, and even the young Trump voters who are both raising their hands for radical sort of socialistic policies, but also finding themselves embracing voices like Nick Fuentes. And not everything Nick Fuentes says is terrible. In fact, in this interview with Dave Smith, he comes across pretty reasonably, but he is a race identitarian. He loves to go after the Jews. He really fundamentally believes we need to be a white society. I'm not for that.
Oh, man, going after the Jews. Why would anybody ever go after the Jews? I don't know why. Why would anybody do such a thing?
I'm not for the embrace of white identity politics.
Yeah, of course.
I
You're a
don't
boomer.
care about calling people woke right. I think that's also a bunch of nonsense. But I think it's really telling and frankly a little troubling to hear Nick Fuentes get mainstreamed the way that he is.
Well,
I
don't
say
think
this
it's
as
troubling at
someone,
all.
for the record, who actually a couple years ago went to bat for him as part of a film festival that was kicking out a film that they initially accepted about Nick. Because Nick has been through a lot of shit. He has had himself debanked, deplatformed, and put on a no-fly list without ever being charged with a crime.
Man, these people took my kids from me. Then they took my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck am I?
That is totalitarianism. That is outrageous. And this was in the aftermath of January 6th. Nick is a complicated character. What's happened to him
They
is
don't understand
fundamentally
the things I say on
un-American.
Twitter.
And I've never met him, but I will say I did go to bat to try to stick up for him because a buddy of mine actually made this documentary about what happened to him after January 6th. So
The most
I'm
canceled
trying to
man
grapple
in
with
America.
these different voices in this movement, especially on the right, which is kind of where I broadly sit. And I think Nick's rise means something, and we have to take it seriously as parents and as a country. This is important stuff. This is actually the new main.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Boomer? You mean you're gonna try to dictate what your adult kids are allowed to think and say? What do you mean? You got gray hair, Mr. Boomer. Why are you so worried about what your kids think? I mean, come on, bro. I'm getting tired of these gray hair people, bro. These older guys with the gray hair. I'm getting tired of it. You turn on the TV, it's their opinions that matter more than anybody else. I'm tired of it. Y'all need to retire and let some younger generations figure this shit out on their own. I'm getting tired of these boomers, bro. And I know not every boomer is a bad person, but fuck, bro. They always want to inject themselves into some shit. Shouldn't you be on a beach in Fiji somewhere retiring? Get the fuck out of here. What you're concerned as a parent, your kids are probably 30. Your kids are probably like 30 years old.
Stream of our discourse is podcasts like Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes. How do we chart a course that can solve for this problem of living together in...
I mean, yeah, it's like, I'm sure the boomers are going to help us. The ones that screwed this shit up to begin with, the ones that forced racial integration at gunpoint and totally mismanaged that whole situation, the ones that caused the crisis. It's going to be, they're going to, it's people that look like this guy are the people that caused the crisis, bro, and he's going to fix it.
A multicultural, multiracial society, something that humans don't have a great track record on.
We definitely don't have a great track record on it, bro. And continuing to try to force a square peg into a round hole and continuing to deny human nature. And, I mean, you can't, bro. You just have to have freedom of association. You've got to let the return to the land movement be a thing. You've got to let people just do what they want. There's white people that want to do that. There's black people that want to do that. And if people want to be around their own people, then they have the fundamental constitutional right to do that. It's freedom of association. Okay? And we don't, you know what we don't need? We don't need the opinion of we don't need no boomer opinions. Just being honest. No offense to any boomers watching this, but this is not your problem anymore. This is our problem now. You know, it's like, it's time for, you know, and it's okay for this guy to have an opinion, bro. It's okay for him to make a video, but it's just like the idea that this, what he's failing to acknowledge is that this is something for us young people to figure out. This is not something that, as parents, we need to step in. Bro, your kids are probably 40.
Have much of a track record at all in the long history of humans on this planet.
Bro, your kids are probably 40.
Well, I think the efforts that have made so far have run out of gas. And we need to try something new. Something new and old, actually.
Should be on the beach somewhere.
Speaking of old, the regime that we are currently under is still fundamentally the one that was kicked off by Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society.
Mm-hmm. The Great Society rests on abundance and liberty for all. It demands an end to poverty and racial injustice.
Yeah, we love this great
to which
society.
we're totally committed in our time. So will you join in the battle? We have the power to shape the civilization that we want.
We have the power to shape the civilization that we want. What happened here? This was the civil rights moment. This was the birth of the Civil Rights Act, which did several things that were necessary and important at the time. The most important of which was disbanding the Jim Crow laws. Segregation in the South in this country was indeed a reflection of popular beliefs. So it wasn't singularly a government phenomenon, but it was also a function of state and local laws, the Jim Crow laws. And one of the reasons why, frankly, I asked Bob Woodson, a longtime civil rights advocate and a older black conservative, a voice of the right from the 60s through to today, who was there on the front lines of the Civil Rights Act, but went a different way ideologically than a lot of his peers. And I asked him at the time, because we were doing some work together. I said, Bob, it is weird that at the time, something north of 95% of Black Americans vote for a single party. You can't really find that anywhere else. That is a more unified voting base than even like Berkeley, California. What is going on there? He said, number one, an actual majority of Black Americans at the time that we were having this conversation work for the government in one form or another. federal, state, local, social work, police, fire, etc. And so there is somewhat of a built-in pro-government bias in that fact. The second piece, he said, was that you have to understand that for Black Americans, the federal government came to the rescue in the face of local laws. This is why, and this sounds sort of unfamiliar to modern ears, but this idea of states' rights, that we are all different states with different legal structures that have their own sovereignty, and that, you know, the 10th Amendment says that anything not explicitly enumerated for the federal government should be left to the states. That's federalism, states' rights. That was a dirty word because the states were imposing Jim Crow laws, segregation, and structural, formal, legal racism. And it was actually the federal government that came to the rescue of that.
Okay.
I am for that. I am glad that that happened fundamentally. I'm glad that these local versions of government tyranny were broken. But the other pieces of the puzzle have outlived their usefulness, namely the construction of legal privileges for not just Black people, but for women and for an increasing list of protected classes. This has created our modern problems in a very real sense, legally, as a matter of the institutions of America. When we talk about what kind of change do we need to bring about, if we can have a new, healthy, prosperous society going forward, I think this is an area where we need to take a fresh look. Specifically, I think it is time to abolish all of this. I think it is time for us to embrace true equality for all, which is to say, end all forms of legal discrimination in America. That would require the dismantling of a lot of what is currently U.S. labor law and the structures of the Affirmative Action and Civil Rights Act that specifically discriminate in favor of certain groups and against disfavored groups, which has increasingly only meant white men. This is the engine of grievance of our time today. And here's the thing. This structure, the structure of affirmative action, of equity, of trying to use the government to ensure equal outcomes, not just equal treatment. This was opposed by thinkers like Thomas Sowell, going back to the 1980s, going back to the early days of this movement. And you can see him battle Frances Fox Piven, whose name is important, and I will come back to who she is exactly in a minute.
It goes deeper than that. You can't, that's not the only spot the resentment comes from, okay? It's not the only spot the resentment comes from. I'm going to tell you where, I'm just going to give you an example of where like white racial resentment comes from. If you're in the middle of the country, right? And let's say you're a white guy, you're like a normal white guy, right? So white guys have been raised both by their parents, especially like middle class white guys. They've been raised to be like passive. They've been raised to be weak. They've been raised to be docile. The single moms that raise white guys, we've raised a generation of kind of soft white guys, right? But even though they're kind of soft, they still retain that human trait of tribalism, which is in all of us, that spark, that fire that's within all of us. So I'm going to tell you what happens. You'll have like a bonfire out here in the country, and you'll have some white girls that are at the bonfire, right? And some black dudes will show up in some cowboy hats, but these black dudes aren't even from around here, and they'll start pretending to be country just so they can like fuck the white girls at the bonfire, right? From an animal perspective, from a tribalistic perspective, do you think those white guys are not enraged when another tribe pulls up to sleep with their woman? Like, this is just tribalism. This is just human nature. When another tribe comes in to sleep with the woman of this tribe over here, it garners resentment, right? So just little things like that, right? Little things like that. And so we are different tribes. We're in competition for women. We're in competition for resources. We're in competition for all of that. And so to pretend that this doesn't exist and to pretend that all you have to do is get rid of the programs that benefit black people and don't benefit white people. Okay, yeah, anti-white programs that literally benefit people, on the basis of race, literally benefits black people at the expense of white people. You ending those programs would probably be a step in the right direction. But acting like the fundamental issues between white people and black people, acting like the white male grievance is going to go away because of that, white male grievance is not going to go away because white male grievance won't even, white men won't even say the extent to where it exists. Because it's not just that. It's like really and truly, no white guy wants a bunch of black dudes moving into his neighborhood that he has to compete against for women. Like, that's the cold, hard anthropological reality. If you're a white guy and there's so many white girls in your neighborhood, there's only so many, like, you don't want to have to compete against other ethnic groups that move in. That's really how you're thinking. Unless you've just been drinking soy all your life, and unless you've just lost all your testosterone, that's how you're thinking. You know what I mean? Now, you may adopt certain strategies, like some white guys literally start hanging out with the black guys, and they're like, okay, well, maybe if I hang out with the black guys and I listen to their music, maybe I'll be able to mate. But I mean, even so, bro, you're still in a racial mindset. You're like, I'm gonna listen to their music and I'm gonna hang out with them, and maybe the girls like them, so they'll like me now. And you'll notice it's the particularly weak white guys that do that. You'll notice that, like all the wannabe gangster white dudes around here, they're betas. You know what I mean? Like all the white guys around here that listen to rock music and shit, they're typically like alphas. And then all the little white guys that run around because I live in the country, and all the white guys that run around here listening to country music are these little beta male fake redneck guys, right? And like it's just the fact, right? And so what we've done is we've raised, I'm gonna be brutally honest, and you guys are gonna know that I'm telling the truth. We've raised a generation of young white males on this Barney, I love you, you love me, the world's a happy place, we're all a big family. And then, that's how we raise white kids. But then how we raise black kids is, hey, yo, everybody ain't your partner. Everybody ain't your friend. Someone try to slide up on you, you pop them with your Glock. You know what I mean? Like, that's how we raise black kids. And then how we raise white kids is, I love you, you love me, we're all a happy family. We're going to share and love each other. And we're going to give people stuff. And it's like, bro, it's like and then what happens is the young white kid goes out into the real world, the actual racially integrated world that the baby boomers never actually had. And then what happens is like, holy fuck, bro. I grew up watching Barney and learning how to share and, Teletubbies and shit. And these parents were teaching their kids how to fight. And so it's a culture shock. You get thrown out in the world and you realize everybody's basically racist except for white people, because white people have internalized this kind of Barney, Teletubbies kind of fake world. They're in their little bubble. They're in their little middle-class bubble. So middle-class white people are totally culture shocked when they enter this world, this actual tribal world. The best, if you have kids, listen to me. If you're a white guy or a black guy, it doesn't matter. Because I know there's black guys that love my content, and again, this isn't about hating black people. This is about just a study of human nature. The best thing you can tell your kids, especially if you're a white person, the best thing you can tell your kids is, and this is for everybody, but especially if you're a white person, the best thing you can tell your kids is the world is tribal, human beings form tribes, and they're in competition for resources. That's the best thing you can tell your kids when they're old enough to be told it. When they're old enough to understand those words, you need to tell your kids that, because that's the reality. You are part of a tribe, and you may not see that, but other people see it. And so if you abandon your tribalism, you're abandoning a weapon that nobody else is. Imagine a country that has nuclear weapons, and it's like, oh, we don't believe in nuclear weapons anymore, so we're just going to give them up. No. You don't do that. Right? Now, if everybody comes together and says we're all going to give up our nuclear weapons at the same time, that's one thing. But when nobody else is doing it, you see how it's a screw job? So tribalism is a weapon. You know what I mean? And again, white people have been asked, give up your tribalism. Don't be tribalistic anymore. Don't be racially conscious, right? Well, every other ethnic group, every other tribe isn't thinking that way and isn't doing that. So why should white people not have identity politics and not think tribally, ethnically, racially if every other group is basically like, hey, we're not going to do that? It's a screw job. And it doesn't mean like I hate black people or anything, because I obviously don't, right? As a matter of fact, in a few weeks, we're probably going to have my friend Christopher Pinckney here. And Christopher Pinckney is known as the Black Sam Hyde. He's a black guy. We're probably going to have him here. We're probably going to do some comedy skits. You know how I do my skit with the, my ex-girlfriend when she was throwing when she was throwing the shit at me, and I had the riot shield and all that. I'm going to be doing more like prepper survivalist comedy skits and stuff like that. So again, and I have, Christopher Pinckney is probably going to join me with that, and he's a black friend of mine, right? So I definitely don't hate black people. But I don't lose sight of the fact that the real anthropological reality of race is that human beings form tribes, right? And you don't get to pick your tribe, right? That's what's so sacred about it, because you get to choose what clothes you wear in the morning. You get to choose what tattoos you get. You get to choose what type of latte you drink. You don't get to pick your race. You don't get to pick your tribe. You don't get to pick your gender. And that's what makes it so sacred. And the liberals want to fuck with that, bro. The most sacred thing the gods have given you, your race and your gender, that you can't change it. And that's what the liberals want to fuck with the most, is that thing, that immutable law that cannot be changed. And that's what the liberals want to fuck with the most. You know what I mean? Now, granted, maybe 1,000 years from now, they talk about the Greys, the aliens, and how they could possibly have multiple bodies. So let's say there's the alien, and he gets shot in the head, and he's got a second body on standby. Okay, so maybe this stuff will be irrelevant 1,000 years from now. Maybe. I don't know. But as of right now, the race you're born with, the gender you're born with, you can't change that shit. It's the most sacred thing in the world. Yeah, Dan, I'm not with Nicole anymore. Nicole didn't want to follow my rules, so she got up out of here. I said, get out of here. Nicole didn't want to follow my rules, so she got out of here. She wasn't really ready to be a productive member of society, guys. I'm not going to lie. She had her issues. I don't really want to get into all of it, but it is what it is. But yeah, bro, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm telling you this based on, as a guy that's been to prison, as a guy that, I went to a fucked up school. I went to a secondary school before I transitioned to a regular high school. I went to a school that was literally in the ghetto, right? I lived in an area that was slowly turning into a ghetto, right? I grew up around black people. I have black friends that I talk to this day, and they know how I feel about racial issues. And the thing is, you raise white kids up on this Barney Teletubbies mentality. I love you, you love me. And white people, like white liberals, just don't think the same way the rest of the world does. Chinese people don't view the world that way. There's this mind virus, this pathological altruism, help every race, but don't help your own race, and no other race does it, right? And so you really can't even be mad. Like, that's another thing. Like, if you hate black people, and again, I understand why people get annoyed with black people. Like, I get it. I understand that aspect of it too. But if you really think about it, like we're the ones that do this shit to ourselves. Because we, year after year after year, We promote the types of ideologies that this guy promotes. Oh, I want everything to be egalitarian and colorblind. If we could just get these scholarships taken out, these anti-white male scholarships. No, the problem goes deeper than that, right? The problem goes deeper than that, and Nick Fuentes knows that, and I've known that, and that's the thing, bro. It's like, you just have to have, we have to have a new social contract. Millennials, Gen Z, we need a new social contract. We need a new agreement, because the racial integration agreement of the 1950s, or the 1960s, I'm sorry, has failed. The 1960s agreement that white people and black people had has failed. And listen, millennials and Gen Z, we weren't born for that shit. Nobody asked me my opinion about what we should do, about racial integration, how it should be done, if it should even be done, or if maybe Malcolm X, Nation of Islam, maybe that's what we want, to where they have their own country. I don't know. Maybe it's just as simple as having the return to the land movement in Arkansas, where we can have our own little communities or something. You know what I mean? Maybe it's that. All I'm saying is we have not been asked our opinion about it. When we went into the public education system, they put a gun to our heads and they said, this is the way you have to view racial issues, and there's no other choice. You have to view racial integration as a good thing. I mean, they went a lot further than that. But the idea that I can't go further than, we need to get rid of these affirmative action and the black-only colleges and stuff like that. Bro, that is nothing. That doesn't affect my day at all. You know what I mean? It doesn't. What affects me is if I live in a neighborhood and a bunch of people that don't talk like me, don't look like me, don't hold my values move into my neighborhood. I'm sorry, bro. That is disturbing to anybody on a human level. If people that don't look like you, don't talk like you, don't think like you, and have a propensity to, on average, commit lots of crime and do heinous shit, they move into your neighborhood and start changing day-to-day life in your neighborhood, that creates resentment. I don't give a fuck about affirmative action or a scholarship. That doesn't affect me day to day. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, that's bad, and that's racist against white people or whatever. If we're gonna even acknowledge the word racist, the word was come up with by Leon Trotsky. That's Leon Trotsky's little word that he invented, by the way, in the 1920s. But anyways, that doesn't affect me on a day-to-day level. What affects me is when you have some guy, some Brazilian, right? When some Brazilian buys an apartment complex, Brazilian. I don't know what race they are. I assume the Brazilians. They buy the little apartment complex thing, and then they build low-income housing right next to $400,000 lots. It's like as if the housing situation isn't fucked up enough where you have to pay. I mean, this place right here out in the country, my little compound, I paid $250,000 for this place. You know what I mean? For this several acres of land that I lived on, I paid $250,000 for this place. Right? Can you imagine somebody decides they want to set up some Section 8 housing right next to this place? Again, bro, this guy right here, Dad Saves America? Oh, man, that's the name of his channel. Dad Saves America. That sums up the boomer mentality right there. Dad Saves America. That's the name of the channel. Dad Saves America. You already know what's going on. You already know what's going on. And so, what they're doing is they're trying, and I've been silent about this for a long time, guys. But they don't give a fuck what we think. The boomers. They don't have to live with it either. Isn't that the shit? They'll live in a gated community and they won't have to deal with this stuff at all. We're the ones that actually have to deal with it. And I'm just kind of tired of their opinions on it. Because they don't have to actually deal with any of this stuff. So you got all these neoconservative, old, white, liberal boomers that want to call me woke right or whatever. I mean, I've been around more black people than they've ever seen their whole life. I actually have black friends. And they're not just my friend. You know, I use the N-word around them and everything. I don't do it on the stream. I don't do it online. But, I mean, like, I've been around more black people than liberals or conservative, all these boomers. They've never even seen a black person, okay? So I realize the baggage that comes with black people. And the black friends I have know, too. And they tell me, okay? They get it. And they understand that we want to preserve our culture and our heritage. A lot of black people have no issue with that, okay? It's these white liberals and these white boomer neoconservatives that keep trying to prop up this rotten, broken racial integration at gunpoint system that was a failure. And rather than them admitting that it was a failure, they keep trying to prop up this old system, and they don't let millennials and Gen Z figure it out. Because maybe we have a better idea. Maybe return to the land, or a Native American reservation only for white people type thing, or whatever, or a separate nation, whatever. Separate nation's a bit radical, and I don't know if you'd be able to get enough mass political support for that. No, an actual white ethno-state, I don't think you'd literally be able to do that, because I don't think you'd be able to amass like enough political support for that. But the basic premise, the basic idea that white people have the right to exist, and that they have the right to have their own space to promote their own culture, that's not a terrible, racist, genocidal thing to suggest such a thing. It's just not. Right? It's not. And it's unfair to tell my people that we're the only people that can't have that, when every other group on the planet has that. You know what I mean? And so the biggest obstacle on our way is these old neoconservative boomers, right? These and obviously the crackpot liberals, but the crackpot liberals don't have any power anymore. These old boomers kind of do, right? And so the name of this channel, fittingly, and I've never heard of this guy. You notice I'm not subscribed to him.
It's one of these.
Dad Saves America. Dad, the kids are grown up. You got gray hairs, Dad. Time to retire, Dad. How old are you, Dad? I'd like to know. How old is Dad? I'd like to know how old he is. Because it looks like he's got a lot of gray hairs, and he looks like he's got that Selsum touch of gray in his hair to make him look not so old. He looks like an old guy. He's talking about Dad Saves America. Bro, your kids are probably adults. Your kids are, at the bare minimum, your kids are in their 20s. Just being honest. We don't need Dad to save America. We're grown now. Dad Saves America. Like your kids are like 10 or something. Your kids are grown men. You don't need to save America. Your kids need to save America. You need to enjoy your retirement on a fucking beach in Fiji or something. Leave us the fuck alone while we sort this mess out. Dad Saves America. It's the most boomer name of a channel I've ever heard in my life. We're gonna have the boomers, or they're gonna save the day. You know, and this isn't against every boomer, because there's obviously good boomers. There's obviously cool boomers. But the fact of the matter is, this video I just watched, that where he talked about Nick Fuentes, is slop. And he's like, oh, you know, the racial resentment comes from the college admissions shit. And he won't admit that it goes deeper than that. He won't admit. You think for 1 second, when we have a bonfire in Wakulla County, and we got a bunch of white girls and some black dudes from Tallahassee drive down, and they're all wearing cowboy hats and pretending to be rednecks so they can have sex with our woman down here. You think we don't resent that? You think come on, bro. And this is the shit nobody talks about. And I probably get a strike on YouTube for saying it. But it's the truth, bro. It's the truth. A group of white dudes are having a bonfire, and then some black dudes show up all wearing cowboy hats, pretending to be rednecks, and they're all from the hood in Tallahassee. They're all from like Holton Street and Saxon Street. These are hood people. Show up to your redneck bonfire with cowboy hats because they're there to fuck your woman, bro. That's what they're there to do. They want some drunk white girls they can have sex with. That's what they're there to do. If you ask them, they'll tell you that's what they're there to do, bro. But I get called a racist for saying 2 + 2 = 4, right? And the thing is, bro, is like the white guys will act like they don't mind, but they fucking mind. And I'm the only guy at the bonfire who's going to be like, hey, man, we're not doing that. That's why they put their bonfires on my property now. That's why they want to have the bonfires on my property now, because I'll be like, hey, we're not doing that. This is my property. Y'all need to leave. And it's not because I'm some horrible racist person. It's because you don't get to pull up to another tribe and like, hey, we're here to fuck your woman. It don't work like that. Any tribal group, you pull up and like, oh, you're having a party out in the woods? Oh, well, we're here to fuck your woman. And then come on. You don't do that shit, bro. It's a matter of respect. It's a matter of respect. And we don't pull up into their neighborhoods trying to have sex with their woman. And so, again, this goes so much deeper than what Dad Saves America is willing to talk about. You know, and it's not about like hatred for black people or anything like that. It's just you have to realize to any tribe, the woman is the most valuable resource to any tribe. It's been that way for thousands of years. Naturally, you're going to resent it. You got an incel phenomenon where a lot of white guys feel like they can't even get laid, period. And then they see a bunch of white girls, like you go to Walmart and there's like a bunch of white girls with mixed kids running around everywhere and no dad. And you got like a white guy that wishes he could just get a girlfriend and get married and have a household. And then you see a bunch of white girls that are single moms with mixed kids running around. You think white men don't resent that? You think young white males don't resent the fuck out of that? I mean, come on, bro. I mean, again, I'll probably get banned from YouTube for saying that. Do you think white males are not upset when they go to Walmart and they see a bunch of single white girls with mixed kids running around? Do you think that doesn't enrage the average white guy? It does. And people don't talk about it because they're afraid to talk about it. You know, and you get called racist if you bring it up, but these are the thoughts going through the average white guy's head. When a white guy is at Walmart and he sees a single mom with a bunch of mixed kids running around, it enrages the average white guy. I'm telling you that. I know this 100%. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'd like the chat to tell me I'm wrong. I don't think the chat's going to tell me I'm wrong, though. I don't think so. You know what I mean? And it's just the truth, bro. And we can stick our head in the sand and we can act like that's not the truth. We can pretend that that's not true. We can pretend that that's not, but that's the truth, bro. When a white guy goes to Walmart and he sees a white girl with a mixed kid running around and it's a single mom, it pisses white guys off. And they won't admit it because they'll get called racist. But I'm telling you, the thoughts running through their head are not politically correct. I 100% know. Okay? Because, I mean, I've got a lot of friends, and, you know, we tell each other anything, and the consensus is like, yeah, that pisses us off. It just does. You know? But, I mean, hey, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. But according to Dad Saves America, according to this guy, all you got to do is get rid of the college admissions, and you're magically gonna, you're gonna start healing America. You know, the boomers have been right about so much, and that's what we need. We need Dad to save America. You know, Dad Saves America. His kids are probably at least 30 years old, but that's what we need. The fucking boomers are here to save the day. Don't worry, Dad Saves America. Dad Saves America. The boomers are here to save the day. Because the system they've built has worked so fucking well, and they're here to save the day. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I talking crazy? If I'm talking crazy, if I'm saying anything wrong, let me know. I don't think anything I'm saying is wrong. I don't think anything I'm saying is immoral. I think this is the truth. You know, it's not just the college admissions and shit like that. It's the fact it's personal space. It's the encroachment of you don't have personal space. These people move into your neighborhood. They're trying to sleep with your woman. You hear their music blaring out of their cars everywhere. You don't feel safe around them. It really is, bro. This is how a lot of white people feel. It may not be every single white person, but like it really feels like your neighborhood gets invaded. It feels like all the girls are now pregnant with these mixed kids running around and they don't even take care of them. It's like the dad runs away and now you got like a single mom and you got all these mixed kids running around. And it's like, yeah, young white males resent this shit, bro. Am I wrong? But this guy seems to think it's only the college admissions. Well, that's what people are okay with talking about. I mean, for real, bro, that's what people are okay with talking about. People won't even say how they really feel about race because you've literally created an environment where no white person is actually allowed to say anything that deviates from this little world you built in the 1960s where you forced people at gunpoint to integrate. You're not allowed to deviate from this. This was always done at gunpoint from the very start. You're not a racist, are you? It was always done at gunpoint from the very start. It was. And so, people like Nick Fuentes are just saying, hey, can we renegotiate this? Because this ain't working for us. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying what that renegotiation would look like. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows, right? But what I do know is that the baby boomer generation framework for how we're going to solve racial issues in our society, what I do know is the boomers need to leave the conversation, and I'm about tired of Dad Saves America. Dad Saves America, your kids are probably 30. It's time for your kids to save America. It's time for you to take your retirement money, your 401k, and just enjoy yourself. And it's time to let us, we're adults now. We're tax-paying citizens, and we can figure it out. We don't need Mr. Boomer, Dad Saves America to save America, okay? You know, you've done quite enough, Mr. Boomer. And so that's my 2 pieces on it. That's my 10 cents on it. I don't know. You know, maybe how do you guys feel? Let me post well, we don't have a shit ton of people in the chat, but I'll post a poll anyway. I'm starting a poll. This is an anonymous poll. Was racial integration Were racial issues in America handled well by the boomers? I just want to see the chat's opinion. Were racial issues in America handled well by the boomers, yes or no? Did the boomers handle racial integration? I think a few people are going to vote yes just to troll me. But yeah, check out the poll, guys. If you got me minimized, please vote in the poll. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, look. So far, we're at no 100%. Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll get a single yes. I doubt it. We'll probably have like one troll will vote yes. You know. So, guys, if you haven't already, please hit the like button on the stream. You know, I'm taking a lot of risk talking my real opinions about race on this stream, guys. I really am, because I mean, I could get a community guideline strike. You know, even though I haven't said anything that goes against the community guidelines. You know, and that's the thing, bro. I haven't, because I'm not advocating for violence against black people or dehumanization of them or anything like that. I'm just saying that realistically, there's things going on in the minds of the average white guy that you're not even allowed to say in polite society. But if those things are not hashed out and actually talked about, you're never really going to see an improvement between the relationship of black people and white people. If you can't, if a young white male can't say, look, I don't like it when a bunch of black dudes drive in from the city wearing cowboy hats, trying to fuck our woman at our bonfire. I mean, you got to have the courage to say that. Not just for the sake of white people, but for the sake of black people, because black people are like, what's wrong? You know, and it's like, you know, black people get confused because white people won't say how they really feel about racial issues. So it confuses black. It's not helping black people to repress these emotions either, because they don't get it. They think, you know, if black people listen to the shit that comes out of our mouth, we've said over and over, oh, I don't care if, oh, we don't care if you have sex with our woman. It's, we don't care. I mean, that's literally what we say. We don't mean it. We just say it because we feel like that's the right thing to say. But I mean, like, we don't actually believe that, but we say it over and over again. So you can hardly blame somebody for taking at face value the things that we've told them over and over again. We lie to black people, bro. And it's not good that we lie to black people. We lie to them. Like, we actually tell them, oh yeah, it's okay, you can come to our bonfire and fuck all of our women. We don't resent that at all. Bullshit. You know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. And a lot of black people know it's bullshit too, you know. 2002 anthrax attacks USA. It was generations in the 1990s that helped then 2001. Yeah, but it was the 1965. It was the hippies. They're really the ones that did the racial integration, and it was done at gunpoint. The ones that demanded racial integration were the hippies. I mean, that's a fact. That was the baby boomer generation. And I'm not saying every baby boomer is responsible for this mess that we now live in, but I mean, it's just like, yeah, I mean, you know, and I'm not saying we should have literally stayed segregated either. You know, there could be partial integration where you could have a white area and a black area and then a multiracial area. But what I'm saying is just carte blanche saying, okay, we're going to pretend race doesn't exist now, and we're going to pretend that there's no more tribalism and no more, like, and I don't think anybody at that time thought that it would get that crazy. I don't think anybody at that time was saying that. I think it also got more and more loony as time went on. But the point I'm trying to make is the fact that they allowed it to get more and more loony is one. But I mean, the whole plan was shitty from the start, you know. And listen, Malcolm X said the same thing. Malcolm X didn't think it was going to work. I'm convinced the CIA had a hand in the killing of Malcolm X. Me personally. I'm convinced that the CIA had a hand in the killing of Malcolm X because Malcolm X knew that this wasn't going to work. He knew that this was going to be a disaster. You know what I mean? And you can't just suppress human nature. Like, let me take the specific races out of the equation. And I'm going to give you another equation. Let's say you got Serbia and you got Croatia. Let's say a bunch of Croatian men get in their cars and they drive to a Serbian neighborhood. And the Croatian men are all there to fuck the Serbian woman. How do you think that's going to go down? Right? You're going to be like, oh, well, the Serbian men are going to be pretty pissed off that there's a bunch of Croatians in their neighborhood trying to sleep with their woman. That's not going to go down well, right? We can all kind of agree on that. Now, if I tell you the same scenario and I say there's a bunch of rednecks in rural Florida, Wakulla County, having a bonfire, and then there's some black guys that are like from the hood, and they all wear some cowboy hats, and they drive into the country to go to this bonfire so they can sleep with the white girls. And guess what the rednecks are going to do? They're just going to roll over and they're going to be like, okay, oh, we don't care. But in their minds, they're going to be thinking, man, these pieces of shit. I'm not even going to say what they're thinking. But you know, in their minds, they're not okay with it. They're just afraid to say anything. And so we've lied to black people. We've lied to them, bro, about how we really feel about racial issues. We haven't told the truth to them. We haven't been truthful to them. And I've talked to You know, when I was in prison, I've been to many different prisons when I did my prison bid. I've talked to hundreds of guys about this, both in prison and on the internet. I've been around, okay? I know how white people really feel about white girls getting pregnant by black guys. I know how white dudes feel about it. And the way they say they feel about it and the way they actually feel about it are two totally different things. Okay? Because you can't have one tribe impregnating all the women of this tribe and not even raising the kids, and there's a bunch of single moms running around, and there not be resentment. That causes resentment. Imagine, I'm going to give you an example. Imagine I go to Africa and I knock up a bunch of black girls and I don't even take care of my kids. So you have a bunch of black guys that live in Africa, a bunch of Africans that live in Africa, and then I go to Africa, I start sleeping with their woman, and I get all of their women pregnant. And then I leave. Do you think the black guys in the village they might be pissed at me? You think maybe they might be enraged with me? They might be trying to kill me? So again, when Tribe A sends all of its men to sleep with the woman of Tribe B and gets all the women of Tribe B pregnant and doesn't even take care of the kids, and then do you think that doesn't piss off the men of the tribe? That, I mean, come on. This is basic like human nature. It's very easy to explain. You're just not, if we lived in a society where you were allowed to talk about this, it wouldn't be that complicated. It really wouldn't be. It's pretty easy to understand. You're going into their neighborhood, sleeping with their woman, impregnating their woman, and then not even taking care of the kids. And then you move into these people's neighborhoods, and then you play your loud music everywhere, and then you steal from them, and then you lower the trust level in the community, and then the quality of life gets lower and lower. Like, this is the real reason white people resent black people. And we live in a society where you're like not even allowed to talk about it. If you even try to talk about it, you get called a racist, and then that's the end of that, right? And so does that mean that I hate black people? No. Does that mean I want something bad to happen to black people? No. What it does mean is there has to be like a renegotiation about how we view racial issues and stuff like that. You cannot continue to pretend that something's not wrong. You cannot pretend, and so you got to talk, it's got to go deeper. The conversation has to go deeper than the scholarships, or stuff like that. It doesn't, no, bro, it ain't that. It goes way deeper than that, bro. It goes way deeper than that. The grievance culture from the white guys, okay? It's when they're looking for a girlfriend, all of them have mixed kids. And it's not even like you're marrying these women, you're just knocking them up. You think young white males looking for a wife, you think they don't resent that? I'm just trying to, and if there's any black people in the chat, I'd like to hear from you, bro. Like, how do you think we feel like if you're doing online dating and you're on Tinder and every single white girl has a mixed kid? I mean, you think we all want to raise, we all want to be stepdads to kids that don't look like us? I mean, I'm trying to help me to understand where the thought process comes from that we wouldn't be pissed off by such a thing. I mean, it's basic human nature. If you did this to any other group of people, it would enrage them. If you did this to Chinese people, it would enrage them. I mean, if you were to go to China and start knocking their woman up and not even taking care of the kids, to where every single Chinese woman had a mixed kid that doesn't look Chinese because you're knocking them up because you think it's a sport to get women pregnant. Do you think the Chinese wouldn't resent you for that? They would, right? And so when you're a young white male in America and you're on Tinder and you're swiping and you see not every single one of them, but when you see a solid percentage of these young white girls have mixed kids, it's like, oh, great. So I got to be stepdad to this mixed kid that doesn't look like me. Like, you think young white males don't resent that? I mean, and it doesn't matter how much propaganda, it doesn't matter how many guns you put to my head, it doesn't matter how much ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center you do. Nothing can change that. You can put a bullet in my head, you can deplatform me, you can throw me in prison. Nothing changes that. The simple fact of human nature that nobody wants to raise a kid that doesn't look like them, and that people resent it when another tribe comes in and impregnates all their women and doesn't even take care of the kids. People resent that. And no amount of propaganda will ever change that. You might scare people into not talking about it, but you're not going to change that basic fact of human nature. And it's just sad, bro. And it's very easy to see what's going on if you just look. Those with eyes shall see, those with ears shall hear, right? And so I don't want to stay on that for too long, because I guess I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but it is what it is. We got 3 votes so far. I'm gonna end the poll. It's a dumb poll anyway. Were racial issues in America handled well by the boomers? 100% of our voters said no. Ooh, the approval rating of the boomers is not high. Okay, so but thank God we have Dad. Good old Dad saving America. Can't let your kids save America. It's got to be Dad. Guy's in his 50s. You know what I mean? The alt-left pipeline. You want to watch some more liberal loonies?
Gentlemen, welcome back to the alt-left pipeline. I'm shirtless, so...
Oh, all right. So we're admitting that our pipelines are pipelines now? Guys, welcome to the Noctulian, Thule Society, Vril, Ancient Aliens, UFO Nazi cult pipeline. That's me. I'm gonna have everybody. We're gonna be doing pagan rituals. There's gonna be like UFOs landing, and we're gonna have Arctic, Arcturian, Palladian, Nordic blonde girls are gonna come out of the alien spaceship, and we're all gonna have a huge orgy, and then we're all gonna leave this planet behind, and we're actually gonna shake hands with the black people, and we're gonna be like, yeah, like y'all can have this planet now. It's y'all's. Have fun. We're going to go off to, like, the Aldebaran star system, hang out with aliens for a while, and we need somebody to take care of the planet. So, like, here's the keys. Y'all can have this planet. We're going to go to the Aldebaran star system. There's a world made for us specifically called Hyperborea. No hard feelings. Boom. There's the problem to all racial issues. We've literally got the aliens just come in and say, okay, check it out. We're going to give you guys a different planet. We're going to let them have this one.
But the algorithm will categorize this as fitness content and not be suppressed. Do you like girls? Of course you do. They're very pretty. Imagine this scenario.
Yeah, we love
you want women to be attracted to you. You do. Come on.
Maybe.
So you think treating them like property and policing their bodies is the move. No. Imagine a world where women actually want to you because you respect their bodily autonomy and treat them like a person. Something to think about.
What the fuck is this guy harping on? What the fuck is this guy? What is he? What the fuck? Okay.
So I hear.
It just made me want to crawl out of my skin.
I don't normally put my personal business out there, but a couple weeks ago, me and Nicole were fucking, and I whispered in her ear, "Your body, my choice." Yeah. She fucking loved it. I don't normally put my business out there, but I just thought y'all should know that.
Here, the alt-left pipeline is a real thing, so I'd like to submit my application to the committee if we're still, accepting them. Okay, I drink bourbon, but I make a wicked Molotov cocktail. I'm an Army vet, airborne, hoorah. Here's my Antifa card just for proof.
Let's see, I'm a certified firearms instructor, but would gladly give up all my pew-pews if it meant that there would be no more school shootings. I've raised 5 kids, 4 girls, 1 boy, all advocates for human rights. They're all socially aware. But to be honest, my wife did all the heavy labor there. My daughters love and respect me and know that I stick up for them and will protect their rights. My wife hates men, but she still loves me. She says that's a flex, so I thought I'd throw it in there. It's all fucking men, and I'd rather trust my daughters with the bear. Abortion is healthcare. I believe in universal healthcare.
This guy's
food
trolling,
and
bro.
medicine are
He's
human
trolling,
rights
bro. There's
and
no way.
shouldn't be
There's no way.
denied to anybody. If you aren't actively fighting against racism, you're passively supporting it. So stop being a fucking racist. Black lives.
Bro, my stepdad went from being an Arkansas's redneck, manly, masculine, cool guy to taking SSRIs and watching MSNBC. My stepdad had like a mental switch in his brain. He went from being a manly, redneck, conservative guy to watching MSNBC and taking SSRIs, and one day we found him hanging in the garage. Self-hatred. It's this weird mental thing that's happening to these older guys. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's the most cuck thing I've ever seen. It's boomer. I call it boomer cuck syndrome.
Lives matter. Love is love. Everybody's welcome at my house. See free Palestine, Sudan, and the Congo. And as always, fuck the patriarchy, fuck capitalism.
Fuck the Congo. We have the good Congo in this. What does the Congo have to, what is the Congo? The white man no do good in the Congo. We kill the white man in the Congo. We're gonna have the bongo in the Congo. Hey guys, make sure to hit that like button for the fucking bongo in the Congo. Yeah. This is the Jordan Jareb show. The one and only bongo in the Congo. We killed the white man in the Congo. The bongo in the Congo.
Fuck ICE, and certainly fuck Donald Trump. For extra credit, I'm an animal lover, animals of all types, but really I can't think of anything better than cuddling with a Highland cow. So there's that. Cheers.
He's trolling,
You can definitely
bro.
tell who's running that household.
Okay, he's kidding.
Fellas, if you're in the alt
Listen,
left
bro,
pipeline,
no way, no
you
fucking
need to
way.
embrace your masculinity because we're doing man shit over here. All these little dick motherfuckers on the right have hijacked all these terms that don't even fucking apply to them. They talk about being blue collar, motherfucker. I worked 360 days last year. You think I need to tell one person?
Yeah, I'm white collar and proud of it. White collar.
Person about that? Nah, bro, because it's not a motherfucking trophy. You just do that shit as a motherfucking man if that's what
Yeah,
you
I'm
gotta
not
do.
blue collar, so I don't care.
You throw me in the motherfucking jungle, I'm Tarzan.
I'm
you
Tarzan.
motherfuckers in the jungle, you're gonna try to hunt Bambi.
Bro, you ain't been in the jungle. You ain't Tarzan. Man, I've been in the jungle, swinging from vine to vine with the gorillas. Talking about the jungle, I was at Jackson CI. I was at Century CI, Florida Department of Corrections. I'm Tarzan. I'm Tiger Man in the zoo. I'm the big hairy white gorilla. I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's talking about I've never been in the jungle. You ain't been in the jungle. You see the scars on my face? I've been in the jungle. Where the fuck has this guy been? Other than at the I don't know, the fucking what's that place, the work carpool place? I mean, I don't know, bro. This guy just looks like this guy looks like the guy that goes from construction job to construction job, and like the foreman is always mad at him because they're taking on OSHA fines because he won't keep his helmet on or something. Like, that's what this guy is. This guy is like a guy that, like, he's like the fuck up on the construction site.
Mount it to your wall and be like, look what I did. Y'all weird ass motherfuckers complain about gas prices. I got an EV because I'm trying to save the motherfucking environment, and it's 600 horsepower and it'll gap.
Okay, who gives a shit? I got an e-bike. I'm right wing as hell, and I drive around on an e-bike because I get to feel the wind and I don't have to have a license or insurance or registration or gasoline. Okay, who gives a fuck that you drive? I did it for $1,500. You did it for $30,000, and you're making payments on it for years. You just did it the dumb way. I did it the smart way. I made one payment of $1,500 on each of my e-bikes, pretty much, give or take. Some of my e-bikes are more expensive than that, but still, it's just a one lump payment. And then so I got an electric way of getting around. I didn't buy a car, dummy.
Your fucking 98% of your bitch-ass loud motherfucking little dick cars, but you motherfuckers cry, oh, it's a fucking microwave. It's not why I got it. And I voted for her, and I'd do it again. No man should be in motherfucking power because you guys see how easy you motherfuckers are gaslit. Look what happened to Charlie Kirk. If you think that wasn't anything but the government, you're a stupid motherfucker. And now some dudes on your side are coming out and being like, oh, my own.
So the government you don't like killed Charlie Kirk, according to you. So, I don't know, bro. You don't like the government. The government you don't like killed Charlie Kirk. Why would they kill their own guy? If right-wingers are currently in power, why would it doesn't make sense. So the guy that praises the current administration, the guy that's currently, why would they kill him? That doesn't make any sense. Cuckoo.
On side's calling me a cuck because I'm questioning this. Yeah, dude, you little motherfuckers are a bunch of fucking followers.
No, you're a cuck because you spend all your time fighting for other races and fighting for people other than you. You never fight for yourself. You only fight for other people. You only fight for other people that don't fight for you, right? So yeah, I'd say you're a cuck, 100%, because you're getting all pissed and all mad about stuff that's not really your issue.
Bro, you're a bunch of sheep. You're a bunch of birds.
Yeah, right. I'm a sheep.
Ain't no motherfucking man. You can't even protect your own motherfucking women. You fuck.
Oh yeah, well, that's an honest criticism. We're working on it though. Don't worry about it. We're working on it. you keep pissing us off. You're gonna motivate us. Fuck around and motivate us.
And brainwash them into fucking being like, yeah, take away rights, take away my bodily autonomy.
See, they act like women can think for themselves, but will be so quick to say that we are so easily brainwashed. Isn't he insulting women by saying that we are easily brainwashed by men?
Any woman that agrees with us is brainwashed. If they agree with us, then it's because we brainwashed them. You see? Because he wants to talk bad about his own people. He wants to say that white males that are not cucks are evil. And any of our women that like us and actually believe the same thing we believe, they must be brainwashed. It's not like they came to the conclusion themselves. We, with our little sorcery and our little voodoo magic, we went in their heads and brainwashed. Listen, I want to figure out, how do you do that? How do you brainwash white women? I'm trying to figure that one out. Because every white girl I know is stubborn and strong-willed. I don't think brainwashing white women, I don't know, bro. I think it takes an entire industrial complex of television and music to brainwash them. They're fucking hard-headed. I don't think an individual small little group of white guys can brainwash white women. Now don't get me wrong now. Once they're brainwashed, it's hard to unbrainwash them. When they're brainwashed with the liberal stuff, yeah, that is true. But yeah, bro, it's as far as conservative women, I don't see how we brainwash them. I don't see how. I think they just woke up. Brainwashed, it's hard to unbrainwash them. When they're brainwashed with the liberal stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm checking my own audio.
He thinks that women can't think for themselves. There are women out here that voted against abortion, and I'm one of them. There are women out here that are against the unaliving of innocent babies, of innocent children. It's sick. It's sick how far we have gotten away from wanting to be mothers and just nurturing and loving out.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't I don't really get that emotionally involved with the abortion issue. I don't. It's not really my thing. You know what I mean? I don't really have a strong opinion on it either way. You know, I mean, I'm against it, but at the same time, like, I think if there's like a medical necessity or like a good reason to do it, then there should probably be some exceptions. As a whole, I'd say I'm against abortion, but I'm not, you know, like if you had to give me the choice between no gun control, but there's got to be like give these women everything they want with abortion, I'd be like, but no gun control. No gun control? Like you're saying like even me as a felon, I can get my gun rights back and everything, and all I got to give them in exchange for that is give them any kind of abortion they want? Okay. Yeah, I'll take that deal. Like it's just not a huge emotional subject for me personally, you know, probably because I'm a man, right? So I think that's a woman's issue that maybe women should figure out, right? I mean, yeah, but I mean, as a whole, I'm against it, but I'm also a man, right? I don't actually have to carry the baby, so I don't, you know, I think that if this does offend God or whatever, it's between the woman and God. But me personally, I lean more toward being against abortion, but I've never actually carried a baby in my stomach, so I don't fucking, you know what I mean? I think my opinion on it can only go so far. But it's not, I'm just not super emotionally invested in it because I wear condoms and I don't have unprotected sex with random girls I don't know. So it's not that big of an issue to me personally.
All women, we have just become such manipulative, hateful, self-centered, selfish beings.
Ain't no fucking man shit. I gotta protect your women from you.
What?
Anyways, you're an all left, man. Grow a little hair on your chest and start embracing this shit. And if you want to talk, get on this motherfucking app and start talking.
Alt left?
Fuck these motherfuckers, man. They've hijacked all the good terms. Blue collar is an immigrant, motherfucker.
Am I missing something?
The hardest working people in this world are immigrants. You motherfuckers don't know what blue collar is. You just fucking wear it as a fucking badge and want to be applauded for it.
No,
ain't no fucking man.
I don't think anybody disagrees that there are a lot of immigrants that bust their asses, but they're immigrants that are here legally. Illegal immigrants, whether you're a hard worker or not, you are not allowed to be here. It is against the law.
I don't really care if they're here legally or not because we haven't, I mean, the people that were born here are having trouble finding a job. The fuck do we, why do you import more people from another society if the people already born here are having trouble finding a job? So I don't really give a shit if it's legal or illegal.
Law, you are a criminal as soon as you cross that border.
I'm against all immigration at this point.
You know what? Fuck it. MAGA's exhausting to argue with these days, and I want to do something fun, so you sexy sinners can consider this my application for the alt-left pipeline. Grim War here, or Grim if you're nasty. I'm a fast-talking fucker from Texas, and I've said this before, but I consider myself a partyless putz punisher who despises cult members and fucking fascists. Now, I am an art director by trade, but most of my life I have worked blue-collar.
Hey, where do they get these niggas, yo? Where do they find these people? Where do they find these fucking people, bro? These weirdos. Masculine weirdos. I'm a masculine Democrat. Oh. Where the fuck did these people come from? And there's like 3 or 4 of them in the entire United States. And I guess they're propping them up. This is what the average liberal looks like? Where do they get these people? The fuck?
Whether that's in construction, metal machining, or just driving a fucking Zamboni. And now that we got the pleasantries out of the way, let's go ahead and quick fire through a list of just some of my beliefs, shall we? Ready, set, go. Fuck Trump, fuck MAGA, fuck ICE, fuck Bibi Netanyahu, especially fuck that guy, fuck Zionism as a whole.
Bro, this sounds just like the other guy. Are they getting paid to say this?
All goddamn monsters, fuck fascism, fuck white supremacists, fuck alphas, fuck your fatigue, fuck evangelicals, fuck your rapture, and fuck your God.
Oh, fuck my fatigue, huh? Okay. Yeah, fuck my God, so, you know, fuck Odin. Okay, I'll tell him you said that.
And if you're watching this right now with your pearls clutched, you can go right ahead and fuck your feelings too. For the rest of you, thanks for your consideration.
They think that everyone on
We're so scared of this guy. He's so terrifying.
the right is pro-Israel. That's not true. That doesn't mean you have to be pro-Palestine.
Reminder that the alt-left starts at anti-capitalism.
My mutual here makes a great point. Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm a mechanical engineer, a U.S. Army veteran, a business owner, and maybe most importantly, I'm a socialist. Socialism as a political and economic theory is about making the world a better place for the people who contribute.
Augusto Pinochet. Hey, we need a helicopter over here.
For the workers, for the regular people of the world. Fundamentally, we believe that capitalism is built on exploitation. There is no such thing as capitalism without exploitation. There is no such thing as equal rights under capitalism.
Oh my God.
Socialism.
So, yeah, me being successful in life, the only reason I'm successful is because I exploited people.
The alt-left movement is about feminism. It is about anti-racism. It is about making the community better for everyone. For me, it's very important that we are anti-imperialist, that we get out of these countries where we are robbing them blind. Through economic coercion and military campaigns, we have robbed the global south, and we have literally forced people into slavery and servitude. The alt-left is just about...
Bro, you benefited. You're on a smartphone right now that was made with lithium and cobalt from these places. You fucking hypocrite. If you're against the colonialism of the global south and all, bro, you're on a smartphone with lithium and cobalt from like the Congo and shit. I mean, like, you're part of the exploitation that you say you're against. You're on an iPhone right now, probably. Most of you liberals love iPhones. That's really the worst one. Yeah, you're like, that's like Chinese slave labor, lithium and cobalt from the Congo. I mean, that's literally one of the worst ones. And then like the amount they charge for their phones is ridiculously high. And it's like a capitalistic upper crust liberal kind of, look at me, I spent $1,000 on a phone. Yeah, bro, it's like, who the fuck are y'all to talk about that? Literally using the device that was created using colonialism and exploitation and all this shit you're bitching about. And then that is what created the iPhone that you're using to complain about it. You're using an iPhone that was created using third world exploitation to complain and bitch and moan about third world exploitation. Ain't that some shit?
About being a regular guy who does regular guy shit and believing these things. So if you believe these things or you think you might want to believe these things and you're a regular guy, that's why you should join the alt-left.
Heard we were starting the alt-left pipeline. So what's up? I'm Logan. I'm from Alabama. I like powerlifting and sports. Fuck ICE. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free the Congo.
The Congo!
Nobody's illegal. Everybody should have access to medical care.
Listen to me. Listen. I'm sorry I screamed in the microphone, guys. Listen to me. They're saying the same things over and over again, bro. This is a psyop. Bro, this is a psyop. Hey, man. How much is the Mossad paying you to say all this stuff? I'm just wondering.
Nobody should be homeless. Vaccines save lives. What else am I missing? I support our Second Amendment right. I support free speech. Just be a good person. I believe in empathy. Okay.
You heard of the alt-left pipeline? Yeah.
Bro, I fucking hate empathy. It's the most overused word that white people use. Oh, look, we have Jeffrey Epstein's son here. Hey, have you heard of the alt-left pipeline? Yeah. I'll say whatever you want if you let me fuck you.
It's a pretty cool thing that's going on right now here on TikTok. Men are submitting applications to join the alt-left pipeline, listing off things that they believe in, that are...
Dude's in public. He doesn't want to say it loudly. So he's trying to write this off as like an ASMR bit or something.
leftist, or liberal leftist, all the things, universal health care, women's rights, bodily autonomy, and just being a decent human being.
Bodily autonomy of what, killing your baby? What about the bodily autonomy of the baby? I mean, look, like I said, I'm not super emotionally invested in the whole abortion thing because I'm not a woman and I wear condoms and I don't sleep with random girls. I don't have unprotected sex with random girls. So I'm not really that and I worship Odin. So I'm not that emotionally invested in the whole abortion debate either way. But what about the bodily autonomy of the baby? And then you say, well, just being a decent human being.
They're submitting applications to join the alt-left pipeline, listing off things that they believe in, that are leftist, or liberal leftist, all the things, universal health care, women's rights, bodily autonomy, and just being a decent human being. And it's awesome because they're taking alt-left, which has been used by the other side to describe extreme people on the left side for a long time now. They're taking that away from them and turning it into
Bro, this is the most cringy psyop I've ever seen, and it's not gonna work. It's the most cringy. I mean, I've seen some cringy psyops this year, and this one is probably in the top 5, and that's really saying something.
Positive terms. And yeah, it's awesome. Let's keep it up. Keep it going.
Here we're starting the alt-left pipeline. I'd like to submit my application. I've been a career truck driver for almost 20 years, a good portion of which in the oil industry. I like lifting heavy weights and drinking beer, not at the same time. Defund the police, tax the ultra wealthy, UBI, I know it works. Educational healthcare should be.
I mean, maybe UBI, but I mean, okay. You want to defund the police? I don't even give a shit, bro. You probably don't live in a compound like I do. At this point, bro, fuck it. We'll defund the police in a certain area, and then you have to live in that area. Is that a deal?
Free water should be free and accessible to all citizens in our society.
Who doesn't have water? What? I didn't know things were this bad. Man, these alt-left guys, they may be onto something, bro. Yeah, I didn't know that we didn't have water in America, bro. Yeah, water? Motherfuckers walking around not able to drink water. I didn't know that. Damn. I thought most Americans, 99.99999%, except for maybe the ones that are lost at the national park in Death Valley, maybe other than that, I thought most of them had water. I wasn't aware of the fact that there was any Americans that was dying of thirst. I thought that was, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I support women's rights, gay rights, trans rights, BLM, and I'm so far left that you actually get your guns back.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is, the gun control thing was so unpopular, so you're just abandoning the gun control thing. And it was so unpopular that you're we can't keep doing the gun control thing, guys. That's not gonna, the white males are never gonna support us.
Messages for whoever's in charge of the alt-left pipeline. I guess this is my official application. I'm not sure if
I'm the one that's in charge of it. It's me. I'm the one reviewing the applications. So far, everybody's been denied. That's me. Yeah, I'm. My name's Big J. I'm from New Jersey, and my father's was an Israeli immigrant, but I don't really talk about that all the time. It's my father's thing. But I'm from New Jersey, and I used to own a salami shop. And I cook a mean salami, and even though I used to own a salami shop, and even though I'm a capitalist, I got a soft spot for socialism, and they actually believe it. I better get the other money. The Mossad's got to call me. Anyways, yeah, like I said, I believe in socialism, especially for the Goyim. I'm sorry, for the Americans. I believe in the socialism, and you know, so I'm reviewing these alt-left applications here. You know, let's see what's going on.
There's like a form or a website I need to go to, but curious if you guys need a male nurse.
Well, you got to donate your money to APAC, you know, that's how you complete the application.
Who just makes pottery in his backyard studio. Now, I know a lot of you guys are like these insane union.
Well, it's not pottery in the backyard. It's actually, we're actually making dreidels, you know, because, you know, you got Yom Kippur coming up, and then you got, well, actually, you know, the dreidels got to be blessed during Yom Kippur, but then you got the, you know, you got Hanukkah coming up here in a few months, so we got the clay and we're spending the dreidels, you know, and that's the thing. So we're trying to get these applications filled in, you know, so I can go back to my salami shop, and I also got a pizza shop in Brooklyn, you know. We're walking here.
Pipe fitters, welders, loggers, even some of these fitness dudes that are extremely manly. I'm not overtly manly by any stretch. I'm not afraid to admit that.
Oh, we know that. We know that. Trust me. We know you're not overtly manly by any stretch. The fact that we know that.
But yeah, I'd be curious if I could potentially join. A little bit of my resume, I do go to therapy. I've been going for a few years now. Pro-choice, pro-vasectomy, get snipped.
She probably had to search deeper to find this one, because I don't think the liberals are promoting this one very much. I think what they did is they found they found in the United States, there's millions of people. You'll find 5 Chad-looking construction worker guys that happen to be woke liberals. And that's what they found. They found the 5 guys that happen to be, you know, they found them. And now they're putting them on Front Street.
Guys, pro-Palestine, fuck ICE, pro-art. I don't drive a lifted truck. I drive a Subaru Outback. Great car, by the way. Pro-union. I don't know if I said that one or not. I do live in Appalachia. But yeah, let me know. Like I said, if there's like an application or website I need to go to, yeah, I'd be happy to join, or I'll just keep making the shit I make out here. So, yeah.
You know, I'm getting certain vibes from this guy. You know, and I don't want to say it, but I'm getting certain vibes. Okay, certain vibes. I'm getting certain vibes from this guy. I'm just being honest with you. Kind of weird.
Yeah, keep up the good work. Love you guys. See ya.
So yeah, I heard we were doing this alt-left pipeline thing, so here you go. My name is Nelson. I'm one of the...
Bro, you don't have like an intentional pipeline. Bro, this is literally like the classic case of liberals trying to force a meme. Yeah, like, I was talking to somebody the other day about how you can't force a meme, and that's how, like, that's why liberals fail at memeing all the time, because they're always trying to force a meme. Bro, like, there used to be a saying, the alt-right pipeline, but there was never, like, an intentional pipeline. It was a saying. It wasn't like, and this was like a talking point that, you know, neoconservatives and liberals will talk about, oh, there's this dangerous alt-right pipeline, right? But it was never like an intentional, well, I mean, I guess you could say it was intentional in the sense that people were trying to recruit more moderate people and make them more radical, whatever, right? But like, there was never like, Richard Spencer never had like an actual organization called, or an actual thing called the alt-right pipeline. It doesn't exist. It wasn't like a thing that you actually would label, this is the official pipeline. Whereas like the liberals actually have created an official alt-left pipeline. It's cringy. It's another forced meme by the left. It's another, and it's probably, it looks like a psyop to me.
Host of the podcast, What's Left of the South. I'm down here in Alabama. I like guns. I like trail riding. I like hiking. I hate fascists, and I love soccer. Never forget there's people down here in the South that are doing really good work and trying to help folks. Check out the podcast, What's Up to the South. We interview organizers and talk about Southern working class history and all the things that are going right about these neck of the woods. So, yeah, free Palestine, Trump's fascist, no one's illegal in stolen land, and...
I wonder how much they're paying him.
Fuck ICE.
Hey, I heard we was out here doing the alt-left pipeline, so I like to work out, you know what I mean? That's a good thing that I like to do. Work on cars and stuff like that, do man-to-man things, get dirty and whatnot like that. I also think that abortion is healthcare, and everyone should have access to healthcare in general, up to and including things like that. Women aren't smaller men. They're their own individual people.
But where do they get these fucking people, bro? This has got PSYOP written all over it. These dudes look like actors being paid. Bro, where did they get these dudes? I don't believe this is real, bro. I don't believe you can find this many muscular, strong, white guys that have these sissy-ass little liberal beliefs. I don't believe it, bro. This has got to be a PSYOP. Hey, yeah, it's a PSYOP. I met with old Benny Netanyahu at my father's pastrami shop in Brooklyn, you know, and we came up with this idea, you know, we're gonna call it the alt-left pipeline, because, you know, we used to call the alt-right a pipeline, so now we're gonna say that we actually have a pipeline, but we're gonna make it look all official, and we're gonna try to force the meme as usual, and we're gonna have Pepe the Frog holding up a rainbow flag, and we're gonna find a couple of really Chad-looking goyim, big, strong Chad goyim at the gym, and we're gonna pay them to say that they're alt-left.
That should be have a lot of research done on them. Their body is a lot more complex than fellas is. Black liberation is required for the struggle. So if you're not directly interested in black liberation, then
you know we're gonna have some black liberation in here. That's what we need. You know, we need some black liberation. You know, we need black liberation. You know, we need we need to fight for liberation, and we support Black Lives Matter. You know, bro, how much are these guys getting paid to say this stuff? You might as well pay me. Hi, I'm Jordan Jerub. I'm Jordan Jerub. I live in the woods, and I love Black Lives Matter, and we're not really trying to take your guns. We just pretended to for the last 40 years. We're not really trying to take your guns. We were just kidding about that. I love guns, and I love four-wheelers, and I love Black Lives Matter, and I'm not being paid to say this, and there you go. And so I'll see you guys, and we need, I'm pro-abortion and all that good stuff. Yeah. Can I have my money now?
you're racist. That's an alt-left pipeline thing. We won't be free until all people are free. So as long as the United States is an imperialist power to other countries, Congo, Palestine, they're complicit in the...
Look, they keep mentioning the Congo. Am I tripping here? Chat, am I tripping? It's like they're reading a script. They keep mentioning the Congo, bro. Why do they all keep mentioning the same shit? It's like a script, bro.
Aside, then we're not going to get benefits at home.
Bro, this is a psyop, bro. Somebody is sending working class men money on Cash App for them to make these videos. I call it. I'm willing to bet. Bro. This is a fucking psyop. I know it is, bro. They're all saying the same shit. Now, they're not saying it in the same order, but the fact that they're randomly mentioning the Congo, how many times do actual leftists bring up the Congo? Not that often. So all these big Chad-looking dudes, big Jim Bro-looking dudes, all of a sudden, they're all saying a very similar script, even though it's not in the same order, and they mention the Congo. Is your alarm bell going off that this might be a psyop? These people might be paid actors being paid to say these things? They sound like they're being paid to say this shit. Let's do another poll. I'm going to do another poll. Are these people paid actors? Are these people paid actors? We're going to do another poll for the chat. Yes or no? Are these people being paid to say this stuff?
We're not going to get potholes fixed or, school lunch for children or anything of that nature because they're being, inhumane to other humans. So just know that.
It's easy to pay people to say stuff.
This is us. Y'all follow along if you want.
As we'll get out of the way, my alt-left pipeline application, Free Palestine, Medicare for all.
Bro, this guy looks like he's fresh out of prison. And it looks like they hit him up and they said, look, man, we got $100 in Cash App if you make this video, and we're going to put it in the, we're going to put it on our website, and we're going to use it to promote the No Kings protest or whatever. It looks like these people were paid. It looks like it's like, hey, we got 100 Cash App for you. They look like they look like they've been bribed to me. That's how it looks.
Pro-choice, LGBTQ rights.
These people are always talking about LGBTQ rights. What rights are they losing?
Let's see if he mentions the Congo.
Absolutely none. The trans people aren't losing any rights. They have the same rights as we do. So it's always some bullshit talking point they have.
DEI is necessary. And also, gun legislation needs to happen because children matter. Medicare for all. And Donald Trump is the worst president we've had in this country.
Hey guys, question of clarification before I submit my application to the Alt Left Pipeline. Can I be low-key nerdy and still join? Because I have the muscles, I'm a trainer, but I just want to make sure. Because trans rights are human rights, free Palestine, free Congo.
Listen, bro. What's up with these gym people? There's a bunch of silly billies. And all the silly billies are they're, I don't know, bro. Gym cells. Bro, there's all these guys that get haircuts and go to the gym all day, and they can't get a girlfriend, and then my fat ass shows up, and then all the women love me. You guys have seen this. I got tons of pictures of me with women. We can't even do a live stream without women calling me. You know what I mean? Several times during the stream, I've had girls calling my phone, and I've had to be, oh shit, I've had to send them a text saying, hey, I can't talk right now. So, I mean, this dude right here, he goes to the gym and works out all day, and he'd probably be mad that, I could get way more women than him, and I could probably win on a fight against him, too. Just because you go to the gym all day and you get your muscles stronger, that doesn't make you more, I mean, I guess it does make you more combat effective to where you can fight, but you either have that in you or you don't. Right? The ability to fight, really, to be a real warrior. You either have that in you or you don't. And that's mental. That's not just physical. And then, you either have the personality that women like or you don't. You know what I mean? And then some unimaginative guy that goes to the gym all day and repeats leftoid talking points so women will like him. I mean, women naturally are repulsed by this. Some guy that goes to the gym all day and repeats leftoid talking points so he can get laid. Women are actually repulsed by this man.
Go free Sudan. There's systemic racism and misogyny in America that's keeping everybody down. These things are obvious to me. But I just want to...
He's mentioning Sudan. When's the last time you heard a leftoid white guy that works out at the gym all day mentioning Sudan? It's just weird, bro. It seems like these guys got their talking points from somewhere.
Make sure that if I like reading and gardening and just being kind of a nerd and doing math, that I can still join. Thanks.
All right, so they all have this script that is exactly the same as everyone else's. They all say the same shit.
Yeah,
it's on the bandwagon here. I'm going to throw my backwards cap into the ring for the alt-left pipeline. If you guys will have me. My name is Ketchak, though it's not my real name. I'm 40 years old. I believe in women's right to choose. I believe in common sense gun reform. I believe in healthcare for all. I believe in housing for all.
Bro, you can see the cognitive dissonance in his eyes. Behind those blue eyes, there's man, I wish I could be a Nazi, but I'm too big of a pussy. I think this guy's secretly a Nazi. Yeah, like you could see the cognitive dissonance in his eyes. Like he's like, man, I don't really believe in any of this shit.
I absolutely adore the LGBTQ plus community. I believe that their rights are basic human rights and everybody's entitled to human rights. I believe that there are certain biases and inequalities baked.
If you're not gay, then why do you give a fuck about that? It's not your problem. Not your business. What is your brother gay or something? I mean, gay people are like what? Like 2 to 3% of the population at most. Probably more now because it's been promoted as something that's cool. But I mean, like, bro, it's like I'm just tired of hearing about it. I don't want a huge parade. Like, I don't want every single gay person in a 100-mile radius to converge on one area to have a fucking parade next to a middle school. Am I wrong for that? Let's find every gay person in a 100-mile radius and have them all drive to the one spot so they can all have a parade next to a middle school. Am I wrong for not thinking that that's right? I mean, no, I don't think that's right, bro. Does that make me crazy? I don't think so.
Into the structure of society in this country that creates certain inequities that make it difficult for people who don't look like me to gain success in this.
Why do you give a fuck if they don't look like you and it's not you? How is that your business? Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself. So what you're telling me is you're literally voting for you're going to vote for a party or you're going to support policies that take into account all these people and what they want, but not you. I haven't heard you say a single thing about what you want to do to help white people. I haven't heard you say anything about what you want to do to help white heterosexual males. I haven't heard you say a single thing about I haven't heard any of these people say what they want to do to help white heterosexual males. So, me as a white heterosexual male, I don't know, bro. Me supporting a bunch of policies that don't have anything to do with me. No thanks, bro. I mean, what's in it for me?
This country specifically, and I'm not afraid that this country may look less and less like me over time, because to be quite honest, I feel like this is the least important and least interesting thing about human beings to begin.
Okay, so then what I want to do is I want you to move to the Joy Road projects in Detroit. We're going to send him to Detroit, and I want him to live in the Joy Road projects. Yeah. Go live in the Joy Road projects with, what's that rapper? What's the rapper from down there? T Grizzly. Funny story about T Grizzly is I know this guy. He's a funny guy. One of my black friends. His name is Dante Coates. And he's from Detroit. And he was best friends with the rapper T Grizzly. Right? And I didn't believe him at first. I thought he was lying. But nah, him and T Grizzly are like best friends. It's funny. And he told me all about like how basically white people can't survive on Joy Road because it's just too turnt, you know? And so I want this guy, because he doesn't think it matters at all, I want this guy to go live on Joy Road, you know?
I'm becoming more and more disillusioned with capitalism, the race to the bottom that is capitalism, and the zero-sum fallacies that it
Capitalism's a race to the top. You're just mad because you're on the bottom.
Creates, and the competition between people that it creates, while the people at the top rungs of the ladder look down at the people on the bottom rungs of the ladder and make them fight each other for their entertainment. I believe in the rule of law, and I also believe that we should have term limits for people
bro, it's the fucking Hunger Games. We're just having people we're having people fight each other for entertainment now, apparently. You know what I mean? I didn't know we were doing that. I had no idea we were doing
serve in Congress or on the Supreme Court. And I also believe that the government should serve the people, not...
Bro, he's got like the deer in the headlight eyes. He's got like the cognitive dissonance thing going on.
Vice versa. I stand with the people of Ukraine in defense of their sovereignty from the invader that is Russia, and I stand with the people of Gaza in the face of genocide being perpetrated by Netanyahu. And
it makes you feel so important to talk about this stuff. Like you really affect these global policies. Like you got your smartphone and you're doing this and you feel like you're really involved in it, all this global stuff that has nothing to do with you, and then the rich and powerful are like, oh, that's cute. This little guy is in his car filming himself, and he thinks he's so important, and he thinks that all these little opinions he has matters. How cute. What a cute little normie. What a cute little plebeian with all these little opinions. He has opinions about geopolitical issues and international politics. Isn't it cute? The little plebeian. Look, it's like a little mongoose running around or something. You know, in Egypt they got little mongooses and stuff, and they run around like, oh, look at the little mongoose. Like that's how, like, I don't know, like, what's a little small little cute animal that runs around and doesn't really hurt, like a gerbil or something. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. You have all these opinions about all these issues, and like, you really think this shit matters. You know, the fact that you can whip out your smartphone, which was made by like the slave labor of the exploited people, right? Your iPhone, which was also, I mean, the cobalt and the lithium was gathered using slave labor from exploited third world people. And then it went to China and it was manufactured into an iPhone. You're sitting here with this $1,000 iPhone recording this video in this car that you have that was made in China, which is known for human rights abuses and slavery against the Uyghur people. It's called the Uyghurs, right? And it's an ethnic minority in Western China that makes these cars. So you're sitting in a car made by slave labor, filming this on a smartphone that's made by slave labor, but you want to educate people on them not being woke enough.
The IDF, with the support and backing of the United States government. I live 6 days a week. I do all my own work on my cars. I'm an avid do-it-yourselfer, and I think red pill is the absolute weakest form of mail absolutely imaginable.
Well, how much are you being paid to say all this?
The digital community manager for Nate's Tech Tavern. It's currently a work in progress. I specialize in web development and software engineering in that field. I say that mostly because you all are lucky I'm just using my voice. Recently, I've made myself a cog in the machine that is the...
Oh, he says we're lucky he's only using his voice. Well, and just in case you do something stupid, we're going to go ahead and get the pepper balls ready. Just in case you do anything stupid here, we're going to get the pepper ball gun ready. Because you said a statement that I found threatening. And you're putting me in fear of imminent bodily harm. So we're going to get the pepper ball gun ready, just in case you do something stupid there, son.
Alt-left pipeline, and I want to make it very, very clear to those that come across my section of the internet, my little bit of internet real estate. You are lucky. It is just my voice.
Bro, this dude's talking about internet real estate. I wonder how many domain names he actually owns. Dude probably doesn't own like a single domain name.
Voice that I'm using right now. I want y'all to understand, I'm not in this to make black people better than everyone else. I don't want to give black people a certain advantage over
Okay, well, I mean, I was afraid there for a second that black people were going to get better than everybody else. That was a genuine concern of mine, that they would do better than everybody else. That any minute now, Wakanda will be built, and then it'll just, yeah. So I'm glad that that's not the case.
Everyone else. When I see a black man, or especially a black woman, I know that their struggles are going to be just a bit more, at the very least, than your average person.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know it wouldn't be a little bit less? Maybe they grew up in a nice neighborhood or something. What? How do you know that? This isn't, see, these aren't even real, this is just like dissociated, bleh. Like, we're talking about some random person that doesn't exist, and you're going to assume that they have it rough. But it was like, what? This is just like the most nebulous argument.
And y'all know what I mean when I say average person. Never in the scope of any part of history have black people wanted revenge. And the times that we did take...
Revenge for what? Revenge for what? You guys are like 14% of the population, and you commit well over 50% of the violent crime is the truth. And then you receive the vast majority, well, I mean, actually, it's not the majority, but per capita, you receive the majority of welfare. Like you get most of the Social Security, you get most of the welfare, the food stamps, medical care, Medicaid, Section 8. Like, per capita, like if you really look at because they're only like 14% of the population, but they get almost half of the welfare. And they commit almost, I mean, it's more than half of the violent crime. Revenge for what? I mean, for real, bro. Like, I mean, you got colleges that are just for you. You got, like, I'm not even going to say how many. I don't know how many. You got, like, white girls running around everywhere with mixed kids. Like, you think that doesn't piss off white guys? Like, all these single moms running around with mixed kids? Like, you think that doesn't piss off white guys? I mean, he looks like one of them, too. He looks like one of the mixed kids. You know, one of the ones from the 90s or whatever. You know, like a mixed 90s baby. So it was happening even back then. Like, you think white guys don't resent that? Revenge for what? Some shit that happened before you were born?
Revenge, or when we were poked and prodded into a corner and we had no choice. We are now...
And that wasn't... What?
Now at a point in history where we are being poked and prodded and given no choice. And make no mistake,
what?
We are not Jesus. We are not messianic in the way that we move. We're not going to sit here and let you crucify us and let you make us into some kind of sacrifice for civil rights again.
Ain't nobody crucifying you. Who's doing that? You got schizophrenia. Nobody's doing that. I'm not crucified. I'm sitting here minding my own business. Ain't nobody gonna crucify us.
Leaders are gone or imprisoned thanks to your government. You can be directly linked to them. They are on record admitting this. And so I come back to my original point.
That might be true, but who?
Before I get too riled up, you are lucky I am only using my voice right now. It is because of that fact that you are going to hear a lot of my voice on the issues that
Look, bro, we're not lucky that you're only using your voice. You're lucky that you can control yourself. Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna run into a person that's living like that. Oh, you're lucky you're only using my voice. What's gonna happen is you're gonna run into somebody that's living like that. And they're gonna say, I call that. That's what's gonna happen. So nobody's scared of that shit.
Black people experience. This space is a space for all forms of inclusion. I get it. If you are gay, if you are trans, you're a woman, any color of the rainbow, I don't care. But what I understand is the issues that black people face. It is because it is an issue that I fully understand.
Okay, your issue.
And once again, you are lucky.
I don't have to do anything about your issue. You have an issue.
Hey, hi. It has come to my attention that there is the formation of the alt-left pipeline. And while I don't understand what the fuck that means, I
doesn't even know what it means, but she has to insert herself, just like all women do. They always have to push themselves into something. Men cannot.
I don't know what it means, but if it'll give me attention, I want to be involved in it. I want attention. Look at me, I want attention.
Anything.
I would like to take the opportunity to submit my application, my resume, if you will. I am 40. I have 3 kids, and yeah, they're all vaccinated because, you know, science.
Of course they are.
Where's the dad at? Where's the dad at, huh? Why isn't dad helping you make this video?
History major, and pair that up with my raging ADHD. I am very good at both pattern recognition and research. So
you're good at pattern recognition. Are you sure about that? You don't look very good at pattern recognition to me.
I think I've got that going for me. Like, I can debunk some stuff pretty quick. I really like learning the things. So give me a topic and I'll learn about it and just like info dump it back to you. I think I could be really useful in that realm. I'm also a Gemini.
Okay, I got a question for you. True or false? Was racial integration in America done at gunpoint?
Although Geminis get a whole bunch of hate, I think it's actually a bonus to this alt-left pipeline because one, I'm really good at like understanding multiple perspectives of things. Also, I totally match energy. So, I mean, whatever twin they want, we can make that happen, okay? They want the nice one, the kind one, we got that. We also have the fucking crazy lunatic one that's gonna...
What is she talking about? What is she talking about?
Go off on somebody real fast. So like I can match the energy very well. I also have chickens. This is Princess Fireball. She's the best. Yeah, you.
Yeah, the chicken's like, oh my god, can you just hurry up and kill me and eat me so I don't have to hear this shit anymore? That poor chicken. God.
You are. She's such a good girl and I love her so much. I have other ones, but she's my favorite. Don't tell the other.
Oh my god. We're fucked, guys. And this is... I know a white girl is just like this. I mean... We need to like accelerate the collapse of society or something. I know I've said that accelerationism is for losers, and it is, you know, but at the same time, like it might actually be necessary. But it's just the reason I've said before that accelerationism is for losers is because I feel like a lot of guys that are losers in today's world, they feel like if society collapses, they're magically going to be winners in like the collapsed society. And the truth is, if you're not a winner in today's society, in today's world, you're not magically going to be a winner when the fucking collapse happens. That's the truth. Because if you're big and strong and you know how to move, shoot, and communicate, and you have big stockpiles of food, and you have a farm and you grow your own food, and you're like the ultimate super prepper, you probably have like a lot of people you know and stuff, and you're probably like a community guy. You probably know a lot of people, and you're probably well known in the community. To have that much, to be able to get access to that many resources, you probably are somebody. So, the people that do well in the apocalypse are not like guys hiding in their basement, fantasizing about, oh, I want everything to collapse, and then I'm magically going to be this big, tough, anti-hero badass. And it doesn't really work like that. I'm sorry. You know, that's the reason I've said accelerationism is for losers, is because a lot of people that want the collapse to happen are losers they hold on to this fantasy that, you know, but it's looking like society's collapse is pretty inevitable. It may just be a slow collapse too, though. It may not happen overnight. Like the assumption that SHTF is like an event instead of a process. You know, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of these types of women just going crazier and crazier. That's what I think.
The only thing that I do require, if you choose to accept this application and provide me with a position in the alt-left pipeline, whatever the fuck that is, I do need a steady supply of caffeine. Okay? I require this. This is the only thing that I really need. So, thanks for all your...
Bro, I wouldn't give her any more caffeine. She's got too much caffeine as is. We need to cut her down to 150 milligrams per day. If she was my wife, I would have her on a 150 milligrams per day. Yeah. You don't need no more coffee. Or maybe 300 milligrams tops. But this shit here, like, this is like a fucking... I thought I was a caffeine addict. This girl right here, you can tell she's so wired. It looks like she's on drugs. Look at her pupils.
Your consideration and time in this matter.
You can just tell how much more women talk than men. I mean, hers was 10 times longer than theirs.
Yeah, true.
Single man in the alt-left pipeline. Please stop scrolling and leave your information in my comments below. And maybe a picture.
It's very clear that I'm not the only person who noticed that the men of the alt-left pipeline are very sexy. I just seem to be the first willing to publicly objectify them. And boy, oh boy, are they ready and willing.
Look, bro, they're very sexy because they're like paid actors. You can find people on Fiverr and on like some of these guys might be AI generated. There's some really badass looking AI. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're doing a psyop and you're part of like the Mossad or something and you're trying to do a psyop, you can make AI that looks almost indistinguishable from like, so some of these guys, we might have to watch it over again. Some of these guys might actually be AI. I don't think about it. But even if it's not AI, it doesn't really matter because you can find, look, people are hungry and poor and fucking starving. And if you say to somebody, hey, I got $300 for you on Cash App, but I need you to pretend to be a leftist. And you find like a bodybuilder that doesn't really give a fuck about politics either way, and you pay him to make a video like that, you think they wouldn't do it? Hell yeah, they'd do it.
Willing to be publicly objectified. If you are looking for a sexy lefty blue collar man, I need you to click on this comment and look.
If you're looking for an Indian wife, you've come to the right place. Hey guys. Guys, do you want a woke Indian wife? If you're looking for a woke Indian wife, you come to the right place.
Look at the comment section of that last video because they're
Women are just openly allowed to objectify men, but the other way around is a no-go for them. It's so hypocritical.
They can objectify me.
Waiting for you. Do you know how many women have commented, I've just given up on men and was hoping I'd, become a lesbian by osmosis. Until they saw these alt-left pipeline videos and they were like, yeah, look, there's my type. There he is. I actually saw a video from a woman, a conservative woman.
Because you want a big, muscular, strong guy that has stupid, cucky beliefs that aren't even in his own best interest. This girl will probably end up hooking up with like a Salafist or something, like one of those far-right Islamic people or something like that. A woman like this usually hooks up with like a super right-wing, like almost fascistically right-wing, like Salafist Muslim or something.
Asking like, if you're a liberal man, would you call yourself masculine? And she posed it as an earnest question, even though that's just so fucking absurd. Go forth and find your husband, okay? Be fruitful and multiply. You are the ones that need to find each other and have kids.
Bro, am I crazy, or do you think these people are on drugs? That's going to be the next poll. Hey chat, I'm doing a poll. Do you think these people are on drugs? That's the next poll for the chat. Do you think these people are on drugs?
And make sure this country continues to be a democracy. Like, we can't let them have,
I think these people are on drugs.
That.
This girl's looking like she's on...
Not to sound creepy, but...
Look at her house.
Find each other. Make some
Look at the high ceilings and the chandelier-looking shit. And look at this shit, bro. It looks like she's in a little mansion or something. Look at this. These like high ceilings and there's like a chandelier. What the fuck?
See little anarchist babies. Come on. If I have to start a dating app,
anarchist,
I will. I don't think this alt-left pipeline thing should be a joke. I'm seeing all these videos of men being like, I hear we're starting the alt-left pipeline. I believe in civil rights, common sense, gun reform, and a woman's bodily autonomy. But
any other time they are completely anti-gun, but they see a somewhat decent-looking man, a manlier man, than they claim that they want. They're always saying they want these, weak feminist men, but they don't. They want real men. Women are worse than men when it comes to
not who they actually hook up with, though.
Dirty thoughts and stuff. They really are.
The thing is, ours are good looking. I've seen some baddies, like rugged men. They don't all look like Dean Withers. No offense, Dean. If you're a dude teetering between left and right, looking for a community based in contempt, we got that over here too, except for ours.
There you go, guys. They want Chads. So if you're not a Chad, then come join the Nazis. Come join your local Nazis. Then, if you don't look like a Chad, then yeah, you're gonna have to be a Nazi now. There you go. Yeah. So those of you, those are the Chuds out there, the incels out there. You could stop being leftist now, because the leftist women have said that they want gym bros. They want big, strong, muscular leftist men. And guess how many of those there are? Barely any. These women are setting themselves up for failure big time. You know what I mean? Because you want a big, strong man that has left-wing political beliefs, and that's like you could probably count 100 of them in the whole United States. Big, strong, muscular men with left-wing political beliefs. They exist, but there's probably only like 100 of them in the whole United States. It's like a unicorn. And so these women are setting themselves up for failure big time, and they're trying to run a psyop to get the men. This really looks like a psyop to me. I think it's like, oh, look, the women love these men. They're big and sexy and masculine, and they're liberal. Like, this is creeping me out. My psyop alarm is like, bro, this is a psychological warfare operation, bro. These people are clearly like, and look, I'm telling you as a person that used to organize psychological warfare stuff on Discord servers and like Telegram and 4chan going way back, even against the Church of Scientology shit on 4chan back in the day. I know a glowy when I see one, bro. These people are fucking glowing. These people are glowing, bro. I grew up on 4chan. I grew up on B. I used to be on 888chan. We used to do I for Invasion raids. We used to use, you had partyvan.info, and you had all the hacking software, and you had low orbit ion cannon, and you had all these different like exploits and hacks and stuff. I was like a script kiddie, and we had this thing called social engineering, and we used to do raids. We used to do raids on forums and stuff back when I was like 13 years old, and I was on 4chan, and I used to be doing the anti-Church of Scientology stuff. So again, I grew up on the internet, and I've been to prison, I've been around, okay? I'm very internet street smart. I used to live in kind of a bad neighborhood. I've been to prison. I've been on the bad corners of the internet. I've been on the dark web. I've been on 4chan. I've been to prison. I've lived in a bad neighborhood. When I see something as a psyop, I know a psyop when I see one. I know psychological warfare when I see it. I know people that have been paid to say shit when I see it. And these people right here, bro, are running some type of game with paid actors. It's like people on Fiverr or something.
Get laid. Even Dean Withers gets laid.
There you go. Like, if you have liberal beliefs, you'll get laid. I mean, bro, this is such an obvious psychological warfare thing. You can't see what they're doing? I mean, this is obvious. I mean, come on, guys. You can't see what the fuck these people are doing? I mean, holy shit. Hey, you better join the Republic of Florida militia, and you'll get a hot, blonde-haired, blue-eyed girlfriend. You better join the Republic of Florida militia. You got a hot, blonde-haired, blue-eyed girlfriend. Bro, it's the oldest trick in the book. But at least we were subtle about it. These people are like fucking... This is so obvious that it's a psychological warfare operation. It's not even funny.
All the guys out there who are submitting alt-left pipeline applications, please make sure to explicitly say that you stand 10 toes down for the LGBTQ plus community and the trans community. If you do not check those
So now we have evidence of somebody policing what these people should be saying.
boxes, as a lesbian representative from the gay division, my office cannot process your application. Make sure you check those boxes. It is important. Thank you.
They always got a bitch about something.
Just a couple of notes on the alt-left pipeline. Not to say that I think this is a bad idea or that we shouldn't be doing it. It's just that constructive criticism is an important part of developing anything. And quite frankly, a lot of you are white, which is not your fault.
Which is a problem. You're white. Can you imagine being like, this is a nice barbecue. I got all my friends here, and we're having a nice barbecue, and we're having a good time, but there's a slight problem. A lot of you are black. Like, you can't say shit like that. Right? People would look at you like you're an asshole, like you're racist. But look at this shit. You know what I mean?
This is a bad idea or that we shouldn't be doing it. It's just that constructive criticism is an important part of developing anything. And quite frankly, a lot of you are white, which is not.
Yeah, these people need to take their Zoloft.
Not your fault. However, it does give me cause for concern.
Yeah, it gives
building
me
an
cause
alt-left
for concern.
pipeline is inherently more difficult than building an alt-right pipeline for a lot of reasons. Principally that
Well, one, you're trying to force the meme. You're literally trying to call it the alt-left pipeline. You haven't learned a thing in the last 10 fucking years. You can't force a meme. Bro, you know what liberals are, bro? Imagine a mental patient hitting himself in the head with a hammer over and over and over again. And you're like, hey, maybe you should stop hitting yourself in the head with a hammer. And he's like, maybe. And then he goes right back to doing it. He goes right back to hitting himself in the head with a hammer. They just can't stop, bro. These people don't know how to meme. They don't know how to do anything. These people they cannot appeal to an actual conservative young white male audience. It can't happen, bro. These people are desperately trying to put together this psyop, and it's not gonna go anywhere. Nobody's falling for this shit. It looks contrived. It looks like a psyop.
Right pipeline builds on the dominant culture of white supremacy, patriarchy, ableism, etc., as where an alt-left pipeline would ideally oppose that. And while there is something to be said about the privilege that a cis, straight, able-bodied white man has, and that lending itself to an ability to help lead other young, cis, straight, able-bodied white boys into the left, it's also incredibly important to note that this is not going to work if white men keep approaching it with this attitude of, fuck it, I'm starting the alt-left pipeline since no one else has. That's not true. What a lot of you are advocating.
Bro, who the fuck calls an actual ideological framework a pipeline? Who intentionally does it? Could you imagine somebody I'll just pull a name out of a hat. Somebody like Jared Taylor or somebody like Richard Spencer, right? I'm just pulling names out of a hat, but can you imagine them sitting around thinking, we have to have a pipeline for our ideology, and we're literally going to call it a pipeline. And we're going to have people put in applications to the pipeline. The alt-right pipeline was something that the left wing came up with. It's something basically anybody that was right wing, they would say, well, you're part of the alt-right pipeline, which might be true or might not. I don't give a fuck either way. The point is, it was a phrase that was termed by liberals from the beginning. It was never an intentional thing, even by their own argument, right? Sure, you're trying to pipe people into more radical ways of thinking or whatever, but you don't intentionally call something a pipeline. That's cringe. It's cringe as fuck. This shit is so cringe. I've never seen something this fucking cringe. This is the cringiest thing I've seen liberals do all year, and that says something.
Saying we should do, starting to do, this whole idea of using your individual personal interests as a way to bring people into the fold of leftism is something that, quite frankly, non-white creators...
And, here one of these dumbasses shows up to remind everybody what I've been saying the whole time is that these people hate you. Oops. And then they're trying to say, no, look, we don't actually hate you. We love you. And then this girl shows up. Stop lying to them. Of course we hate them.
Like myself and a lot of the people I've been following since I started doing this have been doing for years.
Bro, this girl is saying the quiet part out loud. And she's like, any progress they've actually made, they're going to derail it with this girl here.
The point of a pipeline is that it flows, right? Particularly into other more radical ideas. As a white man sitting at like the entry point of the alt-left pipeline, one of the radical ideas you need to be trying to impart onto your followers, who are likely going to be young white boys, is that they should not just be listening to people who look like them. They should not just be listening to you. Loving football and thinking everyone should have access to healthcare is great.
Bro, like lecturing people on like what they're allowed to think and who they're allowed to listen to. This is why nobody takes these people seriously.
That's a great start. But if you don't have the ability to actually connect your following to other leftist creators who are better educated on these topics than you are, who are more directly involved in organizing towards liberation in the real world than you are.
Liberation. Liberation of what?
You are not building a pipeline. You're building a bottleneck.
She's so jealous. She is jealous that they are getting more attention than she is. These people are so narcissistic.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Well, I mean, the left has always eaten itself. I mean, even the French Revolution ate itself eventually. You can't get these people to really, like, leftist groups are so dysfunctional because it's this never-ending purity spiral of who's more radical and who's more woke and who's more trans and who's more weird and who's more oppressed, and they can never get anything done because they will eat each other. You know, you got some normal looking like white guys that go to the gym that show up and are like, oh, we might want to support this ideology. And then this girl literally says, well, the main problem is you're white and we don't want that. We don't want you representing us. And it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna fuck off then. I'm not wanted here. I mean, it's just dumb, bro. But these people, they don't think that far ahead. So I mean, they're gonna destroy their own little movement. And listen, this girl's really fucking it up, bro. This girl's really messing the psyop off. You asshole. Do you know how much money the Mossad paid for those handsome, buff, white guys to say all that bullshit? And you're ruining the psyop. Do you know how much money the Mossad paid to have those big, strong, muscular, handsome white guys say all that bullshit that they said? You're wasting the Mossad's money. You're ruining the psyop. The whole purpose of the psyop was to make normal white guys think that big, strong, muscular white guys were embracing liberal ideology and that women would be more likely to fuck them because of it. You're ruining the psyop. This psychological warfare operation, they paid thousands of dollars, the Mossad paid to pull this off. And now they're not able to pull it off because you want to go and ruin it. I mean, it is funny how, like, she's just derailing the entire narrative they just spent all day trying to build.
Any white person does for their movement, it's never going to be good enough. It's never going to be enough for these people.
You're building a platform for yourself. And when I say that I need you all to be aware of this, I don't just mean self-aware. I mean, you need to be aware of how other white men are moving in this space and hold them accountable. White people have a terrible and historically documented habit of showing up late to the Liberation Party, pretending it was their idea, and then ignoring the people who actually planned the function. And if that happens with this alt-left...
Let's just not show up to the Liberation Party then. Because if we're not wanted, then let's just not show up. I don't want to bother you with your, liberation thing. I don't want to interrupt. I'm sorry I interrupted your party. You remember Forrest Gump? I'm sorry I interrupted your party.
Pipeline. You're not going to build a pipeline. You're going to once again allow white men to grift themselves into progressive spaces and build a following and a fortune off of the idea that they're one of the good ones. So before you send out that application, really take stock of your credentials. In order to build a pipeline, you have to understand what your piece is. What is your function? Exactly.
So what she's saying is she doesn't want white people to take a big part in this political movement. She wants them to not be part of it. And I think you need to, I think you need to oblige her and give her what she wants. Don't be a part of that movement. Because you're not wanted, you're not appreciated in it. They don't appreciate you in their little movement. They don't want you in their little movement. They look at you as a useful idiot. And when you stand up for their shit, they lecture you about how you're just grifting somehow. So by you stand up against your own people. You stand up against your own people to be this little progressive little bitch boy and stand up against your own people and your own interest and your own values to be a little liberal bitch boy for all these other groups that don't care about you. And then after all that, you get told that you're just a grifter. Don't get involved with these people. That's all I can tell you.
Where do you sit in terms of leftism? How radical are your ideas, and is your content going to be to the average person watching it? And how is it going to funnel through? It's not enough to just be thinking like, oh, I'm going to build this platform, and in building...
Bro, this is the I've never seen a group of people try to force a meme this hard. I've never seen a group of, like liberals forcing memes. This is like the forcing a meme is like shit. No. A meme is like a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably shit. Bro, I've never seen a group of people so determined to try to force a meme in my entire life. I've never seen liberals, and liberals are known for forcing memes. This alt-left pipeline meme, this is so forced. It's not even funny. It's like, what the fuck? Like, the psyops are getting more and more obvious. You'd think they'd be getting smarter with how they do their psyops. But this is so obviously a psyop. And I'm not somebody that just calls everything a psyop. I mean, I'm telling you, like, this shit is clearly, to me, a psyop. As a guy that grew up on 4chan and doing the I for Invasion boards against the Church of Scientology, we are anonymous. As a guy that grew up doing that, as a guy that grew up on stuff like that, and then later in life Discord and Telegram, and as a guy that's been to prison, and as a guy, I've been to prison, got the tattoos to show for it and everything, and as a guy that's been, on the darkest corners of the internet and also lived in a bad neighborhood, I've been around. I've been places, done stuff, been in bad neighborhoods, been in prison, been on the dark web. I know a psyop when I see one. I know a forced meme when I see one. I know a raid when I see one. I know people getting paid on Cash App to say things they don't really believe just because they want to have a publicity campaign when I see one. Okay? People, this is a fucking psyop. And I know one when I see one, and I've run one before. I've run right-wing psyops before. And this is a fucking left-wing psyop. And I'm telling you that as a guy that's ran them before. I've been on Discord and Telegram and ran giant psychological warfare operations on Discord and Telegram. And one of those times, the fucking FBI even fucking raided me over it. Those that know my background. Okay? I've run some psyops that got me arrested. For those that have the screen up that don't have me minimized, you can see what's on the screen right now. Here, this is a still from when I got arrested, okay? This is a picture of the cops putting me in the back of a cop car. And it was the result of a psyop gone wrong, okay? So, again, I know a psyop when I see one, and this left-wing pipeline shit is a psyop.
This platform, it'll inevitably lead other white boys to more voices. No. You have to be thinking about that and accounting for it in the way that you create content.
Yeah, she's absolutely jealous. And these people are so jealous that white men are getting a little bit.
I hope every last ICE agent does.
I don't know who this might offend, but all this ICE situation could be resolved. It's more of us and less of them. If we will all come together and pick up and use our Second Amendment, this would slow down. This would stop. Like I said, it's more of us and less of them. We can win. We can take them down. But y'all need to wake up and stop being so scary. Because I've been ready. I've been prepping. I've been 2 handguns ready. Trust me. This is slight to me. But I...
When do these people believe in the Second Amendment all of a sudden? I guess that's good news.
Can't do it by myself. So whenever y'all ready,
I gotta take a piss.
let me know. But I've been ready, like I said, because I've been seeing it coming. And to anybody who voted for Trump, you're not a friend. You can never be a friend. And I hate you. And I really hope your day comes soon, you evil fuck.
Yeah, they like to call MAGA evil, but then they wish death upon anyone who voted for Trump. I don't understand why it's okay for every other country that isn't predominantly white to protect their borders and to not allow illegal immigrants into their country. But if a white country does it, predominantly white country, and they say, you know, the white man is oppressing and everything else, no. A country has to have borders. Without borders, it is no longer a country.
It is your constitutional responsibility to start popping ICE agents in your local community, right? Wait, hold on. We made the Second Amendment because British forces used to patrol the streets of the colonies. And we were like, you guys are mean to us. You're directly exploiting us through your government and you're oppressing us and like just overall being really mean. We deserve the right to fight back against you. We should all keep guns so that we can make these people go away. And are you gonna tell me now that that was the wrong answer? That's not what they should have done? Okay, then keep that logic as I talk about today. We have an authoritarian figurehead who's sending an armed group into the streets to actively disregard people's rights and take people away. And also like strike fear into the hearts of people and break up protests and like, I would call them an instrument of tyranny.
So a lot of these people actually believe that ICE is deporting legal citizens. They don't look any of it up. They watch videos with no context whatsoever and just say, okay, this is true. These people won't even take 2 seconds out of their day to confirm anything.
Just like British forces were back to the colonies. Guys, and you would too, right? Like all of that on paper is very true. So the next logical step is that according to the Second Amendment, it's your responsibility to use guns because that's what the Second Amendment.
You get to have exclusive video of me eating spaghetti, okay? Most of my competitors hide content like that behind a paywall, okay? Most of my competitors put that kind of thing on OnlyFans. But you guys get to watch me eat spaghetti exclusive for free. Not hidden, it's not a members only thing. You get to watch me eat spaghetti.
To fight against the instrument of tyranny. And it sounds kind of gruesome because I don't know, gun deaths are never the answer. But also, they've been killing us with things that aren't guns for a very long time. Anyway, it's a shame that the right that has worked so hard to protect this right so that one day they can maybe use it is like completely missing their entrance. Here they are. Instrument of Tyranny 2025. Go get them.
Okay, and honestly, when ICE comes for me, put your phone down and slide these guys. Guys. We are underneath a dictatorship. Stop trying to go viral. If ICE comes in your neighborhood, everybody put their phones down and do what you gotta do.
They believe that we are under a dictatorship. It's because of the stuff that they see on TikTok. It's so bad on there, y'all, and I could totally see how young, impressionable minds can be completely brainwashed in a matter of minutes.
TikTok,
I mean,
man.
it's
That
just
shit's owned by the
video,
Chinese communists.
one after another, lie after lie after lie.
Yes, I know that they have weapons, but it's a sheer numbers game. We are beyond the point where we need to record what happens, unless you're trying.
No, it's not, bro. They have tactical training. They have body armor. They have multiple magazines. They have air superiority. They have armored vehicles. It's not a numbers game. But you go ahead. Go ahead. Try that shit. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Just ignore everything I just said. You're right. Yeah, it's a numbers game. Go do it.
Trying to get their picture so you can figure out their real name and where they family live and stuff like that. When ICE come get me, put the phone down. Put the phone down and slide these dudes.
Think if all the gangs in Chicago could just like team up like the Power Rangers, like y'all could defeat ICE, bro. Like y'all could really do it, man. Y'all just gotta work together, stop being against.
They're too busy killing each other to do that.
Shut it, bro. There's only one people territory we're going against. We can do it.
So you guys want to see some more pictures of ICE agents? Well, ask and you shall receive, my friend. And TikTok, this is not bullying or harassment. These are public servants and all of their information is publicly available. We just want to recognize these hard-working patriots. Right, guys? Here's our first patriot who has decided to work for ICE. This is Edgardo Centeno. I hope I pronounced that right. If not, well...
What's up, Edgardo? That's my nigga right there. Me and Edgardo go way back. Way back in the lack. For Rizzle. That man right there has got some skibbity riz. Edgardo, that's my dog. I know Edgardo. Maybe.
Sorry.
He looks familiar, maybe.
Edgardo. Nobody really gives a fuck. Up next, we got Frank Franco. With a name like that, your parents must have fucking hated you. And that's probably why you're joining ICE, because you're a hateful motherfucker. This patriot is...
Bro, Frank Franco seems like the kind of guy. He looks like the kind of guy I want to enjoy a pizza with. You know? Like, we're going to put on, like, a movie. Like, you know, Book of Eli is on YouTube now for free. You just got to watch it with ads unless you got premium. I want to watch Book of Eli again. And he looks like a kind of dude, like, come over to the house on the weekend, we hang out, eat a pizza, watch Book of Eli, shoot some guns, you know. And I don't give a shit if anybody gets mad that I like Denzel Washington. He's a good actor, you know. I like The Equalizer. There's another good Denzel Washington movie. I don't hate black people as much as people think I do. But, yeah, like, he looks like the kind of guy that, like, you know... He looks like the kind of guy, you go to the shooting range, you know, you could probably say some offensive things to him, and he wouldn't tell nobody. Looks like a cool dude to me.
He's a supervisory detention and deportation officer. Good job, Frank.
Yeah,
Sometimes the jokes write themselves. We have William Chin. William.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. He's got a yeah, okay, I get it. He ain't got much of a chin. Okay, and you're afraid to say it. You can't even make jokes about these people. You're afraid to say it. He ain't even got much of a chin. The dude grew a beard to disguise the fact that he ain't got much of a chin, even though his name's William Chin. Okay, I get it. He's not exactly the Crimson Chin. He's the William Chin, whatever.
Chin, what is on the hair of your chinny chin? Holy shit. Next badass patriot is Justin Brock. Look at him. I'm all scared of this patriot. Oh, jump scare. Put that shit back on. Next, we have Tyler Goodrich. And, you know, I'm not gonna show the picture of his girlfriend because, you know, that just wouldn't be fair. I mean, psych, that bitch is fucked too.
Damn. You had your face over her face like you want to be her.
Is this Photoshop? What in the cone heads we got going over here? This is Sean Williams.
Bro, it's Jakob. It's Yakub.
Photoshop.
Guys, look. Bro, you can't make this shit up. You got Yakub, a Coral Weezer. Check it out. You got Yakub is working for ICE. Yakub has came down from Patmos and he's working for ICE. You can't make this shit up. Hell, Yakub. Look, bro. Yakub has come down from Patmos and is now working for ICE. This is dead fucking serious. This is for real shit, bro. It's Yakub. It's a real Yakubian. Or yeah, I'm actually a Yakubian myself.
What in the cone heads we got going over here? This is Sean Williams. And everybody's favorite washed up Superman actor, Dean Cain. Next we got John Shurovich. I debated on whether or not to add people who are not actually deportation officers to this, you know, showing, but I figured that anybody who is doing any support whatsoever, probably they need to get credit for the hard patriotic work that they're putting out. So she is a paralegal. Thank you, Casey Knorr. You are beautiful. You could be anything. You could have been a beautician, a makeup artist, anything you wanted, but you chose to work for ICE as a Title III monitor linguist. I guess you're doing all the wonderful translations for those people in need. Give it up for Nora Phillips, and last but not least, we have Deputy Director
Spaghetti was a little chunky there, huh? I didn't really cook the spaghetti 100% good. It's all right, but I've done better before.
Cherie Go. Look at her, just loving the world, visiting France there, and she's helping everybody else with their travel plans, making sure that they're getting deported expeditiously. Way to fucking go. Way to go, Patriots. So be sure to like, share, save, give it to everybody. I don't care if you credit me or not, because everybody needs to know the names and faces of all of these wonderful Patriots working for ICE.
Hey, America, where the fuck are we at, y'all? Where are we at, y'all? While this president's declaring all this shit, where's everybody at? I see all these protesters, right? And they look like peaceful protesters. They look like our grandparents, you know, walking up and down the street. They look like those.
They look like the same people that caused our society to collapse. The old liberal hippie boomers. The old hippie
Folk that everybody made fun of, walking up and down the street with their rainbow hair. They look like everybody that we've, as Americans, have called pussies or snowflakes. It looks like them fighting for us. But where the fuck are the Patriots at, y'all? Where the fuck are my fucking ex-veterans at? Where my gangsters at? Where my motherfucking blue collars at? Where my people at, y'all? Why are we just letting the fight be fought by these college folks and these people who actually ain't got no fight in them? That all they gonna do is out there and just yell with no motherfucking results. Where my people at that finna really fucking march? Where my people at that's gonna fight back when fucking masked agents come at them and try and violate their
Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy when the boys in green show up.
constitutional rights? Where my people that can actually stand and bang at? Where my people who really fucking Americans at? Where my real Americans at? Why the fuck ain't we standing up? Why the fuck?
Keep that same energy, bro. I'm just gonna eat my spaghetti. I'm gonna whip your ass after I eat this spaghetti, though. You're lucky I'm eating spaghetti, fuck boy.
Ain't we fighting back yet? Why the fuck haven't we masked up yet and told this motherfucker, let's knuckle up if you want to knuckle up, bitch? This is America, homie. We don't play that shit with nobody in this motherfucker, man. We sat here and we'll die for our respect, but we gonna let this motherfucker come in here and take our fucking nation? We'll sit here and say, oh, we kill for ours. We'll fuck everybody up and come up in my house. You rob my motherfucking house, break in my motherfucking house. I wish somebody would. I got that motherfucker ready for somebody to break in my motherfucking house. But yeah, we'll let somebody come over here and take our fucking...
So I'm going to let an illegal immigrant sleep on your couch, since you care so much about your house, but you also seem to care about these illegals. So I want to have one sleep on your couch.
Sisters, take our fucking mothers, take our fathers and our fucking neighbors with masks on, not even identifying who they are. We got somebody with a mask in Chicago who murked somebody, murked them for resisting. We got somebody in California, masked agent, pushed a lady into traffic. Can't hold them accountable because we don't know who they was. We got people over here kidnapping our peoples and we ain't doing shit about it. We got the president sending troops to Chicago, sending troops to Portland, saying, go ahead, use full force. Y'all, I'm calling for an armed protest, y'all. An armed protest, October 27th. Monday, October 27th. Meet with me in Buffalo Bayou. I'm hoping to have 50,000 strong, y'all. 50,000 Mexicans who's tired of this. 50,000 black folks who's tired of this. 50,000 white folk who's tired of this. 50,000 blue-collar motherfuckers who's tired of being overworked and underpaid. 50,000...
This is what we voted for. I mean, we're not tired of it. Most of us aren't. It's what we voted for. What we voted for, you know? By the way, guys, this is why I'm fat. Because, Mamma Mia, the spaghetti, I swear to God, bro. I swear to fucking God. Spaghetti killed my dad. It did, bro. The fucking cholesterol and all that shit. You know, it's bad. Spaghetti's bad for you, bro. So spaghetti, big bowls of spaghetti like this, and it's not the whole bowl. It was like half a bowl. You know what I mean? But big bowls of fucking spaghetti killed my dad. And it's going to kill me, too. It's going to be the death of me. Spaghetti and pizza. I can't fucking stop eating it, you know? And my dad, you know, Serbian, But, you know, Serbia is across the Adriatic Sea from Italy. And the Italians waged genocide against the Serbians using pizza and spaghetti. Because, like, that Slavic phenotype gets really fat when you start feeding them pizza and spaghetti. And so the Italians waged a genocide against the Serbians by feeding them an unlimited amount of pizza and spaghetti. And if this sounds like I'm making it up, it's because I am. But hey, mamma mia! It is across the Adriatic Sea from Serbia, though. I'm not making that up. Yeah, I'm telling the truth about that one. I'm not making that one up, guys. You guys miss it when I did these all-night streams? You could tune in. I used to do this a lot. I would do all-night streams where people could tune in, and at any given time of night, on a Friday night, Saturday morning, or late at night, you could tune in and listen to some Jordan Jareb. You know, people miss when I used to do this. People miss it. Guys, I'm going to turn this light off. Or I might just have... Hold on, guys. I'll keep streaming, but I want to have some lights turned down. I'm tired of hurting my eyes. And if you guys want me to keep streaming, I want to be comfortable. You know what I mean? I got these dogs eating this spaghetti bowl. I don't know if dogs can eat tomato sauce if they're supposed to, but they are. They're doing it. They're doing it right now. They're cleaning the bowl off. You know? That's some nasty ass white people shit right there. That's some nasty ass... You know, you guys don't care if I turn the lights off. Most of y'all got me minimized anyway. That's the truth. Most of you guys have me minimized, and you're doing some kind of work while you're listening to me. But yeah, we got the real deal. Yakub was on one of the videos. All right, let's watch the rest of this. Hold on, guys. How much battery do I have left on my... We're at 20% battery on my headset. So I gotta go soon. I mean, I could plug the other headset in, because I do have another one. But I don't really feel like, you know, it's 1:25 a.m. now, so this is going to be it after we watch this video, probably.
1,000 of y'all. That's it, y'all. Houston's got 4 million. I'm asking for 50,000. That's less than 1%, y'all. Less than 1% of us show.
Bro, he's like a general. He's trying to rally some men. You remember the movie? You remember the movie Downfall, where like Hitler was asking for whole divisions and shit, and his top generals were like, these divisions don't exist anymore. They've all been destroyed. And he's like, no, move this division here. And he's literally just out of men. Well, this guy like thinks he has all these men at his disposal, and there's like, he doesn't have anybody. Like, not really. I doubt this guy's video has mobilized anybody.
Go out armed to the fucking teeth. Bring your rifle, bring your shotgun, bring your pistol, and let the fucking country know we are not going to roll over. We're not. I'm gonna love you until you hate me, and I'm gonna.
So ICE held an autistic girl hostage in order to lure her father out of his house. It's all on video, saying things like, is this your girl? Is this your girl? Using her as, extortion and bait. Literally just keeping an autistic child hostage. And I would just like to take this as an opportunity to remind you that ICE agents are not people. They're not human beings, and you shouldn't be treating them as such.
See right there how he didn't put the video in there that he was talking about. It's because that's not true. That's not what happened. And I addressed this in a video the other day, this exact allegation. Yeah, it says right here in September 20.
Misinformation. Like the biggest conspiracy theorists now, bro, like the liberals are acting like the right wing used to act like 20 years ago. You remember how like the right wing used to be the conspiracy people, and the right wing used to be like super fucking like the government's coming at any second, and it's tyranny and martial law at any second. Like that was the right wing about 20 years ago, and now like that's the liberals. And now they believe in like liberals have not kept up with the internet. You know what I mean? Like they haven't really kept up with the internet that well. You know, like AI and stuff like that. And Google Gemini puts out total slop. You can't believe, like when you Google something and Google you know how they say have the term mansplaining? Well, Google Gemini will AI-splain things. It'll give you like a very biased explanation, left-leaning explanation of like what you're looking up or why you're wrong for looking some shit up. I fucking hate Google now. Google fucking sucks. Oh shit, I probably shouldn't say that. I'm on a platform that's owned by Google, but still, you know, I mean, the search engine specific. I like YouTube, but the search engine specifically Google just is so shitty. And Google Gemini set out to make it better, to give you like a summary of what you're searching for, but it just made it worse because the summary is full of misinformation.
2025. Meha, who lived in the U.S. for over 20 years and had an active asylum claim, was targeted for arrest due to his immigration status.
And
He
this
also
girl right
had.
here, I'm not gonna lie, this girl's pretty cool, but I disagree with this specific methodology of fact-checking a person using Grok. Because you're using AI to fact-check somebody, and where this guy got his misinformation from is probably Google Gemini. So, but using AI to correct him, I mean, you could use AI to find the source, but I wouldn't use the actual AI to correct him. I would use the AI to find the source, and then, you know, when AI tells me some shit, I'm like, where's the source on that? They provide me with the source, and then I go to the source. You got to know how to use AI, and that's the problem, is most people don't. And most people aren't going to learn how to properly use AI, and they're going to magically trust whatever the AI says instead of looking at the sources that it's pulling from.
Prior arrest for domestic abuse and strangulation. The incident involved his 5-year-old U.S. citizen daughter, whom his wife described as autistic on the spectrum. Video footage captured by the family shows the child seated outside their home near law enforcement vehicles while agents attempted to locate and detain Hipmeha. Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin stated that Hipmeha abandoned his daughter in the car during his flight from agents, flipping them off as he ran. ICE agents did not take or hold the child. They secured the scene and notified local police to safely retrieve her from the abandoned vehicle. McLaughlin emphasized that agents never used the girl as leverage. Initial reports, including from NBC, framed the story as agents, quote, holding the girl to pressure the father, sparking outrage. NBC issued a correction on September 24, 2025, stating an earlier version of this article mischaracterized the activities of ICE agents in the video. The headline changed from implying coercion to neutrally describing agents' presence during the arrest attempt. Conservative outlets like Fox News, Red State, The Washington Free Beacon, and The Federalist highlighted the...
Bro, you want to know the crazy thing about it? All this hysteria from the liberals about ICE agents deporting people, and Obama deported more people than Trump has deported. There's been more deportations under Obama than Trump. They just hate the fact that a white guy is openly doing it and obviously doing it. I'm talking that he literally made it one of his campaign promises. But Obama actually deported more immigrants than Trump has so far. Now, it looks like they're ramping it up a bit, but I mean, all in all, Obama has deported more than Trump has. So, I'm just letting you guys know. And that's based on the research I've done. If anybody disagrees with that,
correction as evidence of biased reporting that endangered agents, especially amid recent violence against ICE. So yeah, it's not true, as is, you know, most, if not all things that they say. It's all lies.
I don't think it's dawned on anybody at this point that ICE agents, you know, they are regular people and they do have families. And I don't think it has dawned on any of these people yet that eventually something is going to happen to one of these people. When you are running the streets masked up and you are just taking people off of the streets in front of everybody because you know that you could easily just unalive all of them if you wanted to, eventually something is going to happen to them and someone is going to have enough. They're going to take justice into their own hands, or they're going to go into the wrong house and they are then going to realize what the Second Amendment really is for. Somebody is waiting for this to happen. And when it does...
Bro, when the fuck did you people start believing in the Second Amendment. This is weird, bro. I thought liberals were against the Second Amendment. When did y'all start loving guns all of a sudden? I mean, I see there's rhetoric on... that's another thing. For all the rhetoric of liberals talking about, well, this is why we have the Second Amendment, this is what the right-wingers are saying. But, I mean, really, I think this is rhetoric, bro. I don't think these guys are actually going to the range and shooting and getting tactical gear and stuff. Not most of them. You got a couple of lefties like the John Brown Gun Club and shit like that. But for the most part, these people are just Looney Tune mental patients that have lost their mind, bro. I think TikTok has a very special way of making people go insane. That's what I think. I think these people have just lost their fucking minds.
I just want people to understand, okay? Again, there are a lot of good people on the internet who truly do have empathy for everyone across the board. I am here to tell you that
empathy, should be reciprocated. I shouldn't be forced to have empathy for people that don't have empathy for me.
am not one of those people, okay? So to the families of these ICE agents, I just want you to know.
Look, here's another thing, bro. I could be empathetic toward an individual person that's being deported. Like, oh, man, that kind of sucks. That's not very fun. But then again, it's like, bro, you came here illegally. I could definitely be empathetic toward a guy that's in Alligator Alcatraz in a building without air conditioning waiting to be deported. That probably sucks. It's probably not very fun. I can't imagine that that's a fun thing to go through. But, bro, you came here illegally, and you knew that this could happen. You knew when you came here illegally that could happen. So, I mean, it's possible to be empathetic without totally agree. Being empathetic doesn't mean you agree with everything somebody does. I mean, this word empathy gets thrown around so fucking much. It's so annoying. You know what I mean? I mean, I could be empathetic to it, like, damn, he just got a life sentence. Well, I feel bad about it. I can't imagine this guy getting a life sentence. But at the end of the day, bro, you murdered somebody. So you get a life sentence. So in terms of like the illegal immigrant, okay, man, that probably sucks. This poor guy has to sit in Alligator Alcatraz. But at the end of the day, you came here illegally, and you always knew that was a possibility. You knew that if you came here illegally, that there was a possibility you could be deported. You knew that. You knew exactly what you signed up for. It's not like nobody told you. And you could still be empathetic and be like, oh, man, this poor guy's got to go back to Honduras. Poor dude. Oh, well, he came here illegally. It is what it is. It's possible to be empathetic, but still realize that this fucking person, what they did was illegal. Okay, I just gave you my empathy there. Do I get a cookie? It's just a worthless mental masturbation game. Who gives a fuck if I'm empathetic or not? Nobody cares. You know what I mean? Look at this red light. It makes me look so evil. Let me change the color to, green or something. Hold on. There you go. There we go. Check it out. Blue. We're using blue light. There. Look, I'm winning the propaganda war now. We're using blue light. Oh, it looks so evil. Purple. Purple light. Anyways, guys, my headset's running low on battery. If anybody has anything they want to say, now's probably the time. Because we're probably about to end this stream.
When one of your family members does not come home one night because they decided to truly figure out what fucking around and finding out really is, because they're doing unconstitutional shit and they're not even actually checking if these people are legal.
Unconstitutional? What? Not checking if they're legal or not. When do they ever do that? Bro, this is where the left really does go into conspiracy land. How many legal immigrants have actually been deported? I want to look that up. Hold on one second, guys. I need to figure this one out. Because they keep talking about this like it's something really going on or something. How many legal immigrants how many U.S. citizens have been deported by ICE accidentally? I'm trying to figure. Let's figure this one out. I just want to figure out. Okay, so between 2015 and 2020, 674 people arrested by ICE who were potential U.S. citizens. Potential? You don't got any documentation that can prove you're a U.S. citizen? How the fuck you get issued a social security card when you're how? When you're born, you get issued a social security card. I mean, if you got a green card or whatever, like, I don't know, bro. How do you? I don't really believe this shit, bro. 121 of those were detained. 70 were deported. I mean, I don't know, bro. It's just. I mean, 70 people, though? I mean, I don't believe that. But even if it's true, like, bro, but between 2015 and 2020? I mean, out of tens of thousands of people that they deport? I don't know, bro. It just seems, even that 70 number looks like bullshit to me.
Or not, they are just taking people and racially profiling. When that does eventually happen, I just want you to know, I will not feel an ounce of sympathy for you, your family, for anybody. And that may be one of the worst things that you could ever say, but it is just absolutely true, because this is fucking ridiculous. Okay? Because the people that they are taking, they have families too. When they start taking legal people, those people have families too. And they don't know what is going to happen to their family members after they've been taken. So when something happens to one of the people who just happens to be a part of ICE, when those family members figure out what happened to that person, I am not going to feel an ounce of sympathy for you, for that person. I will never feel an ounce of sympathy for any of you, because you are doing exactly what these people are having being done to them. And it is.
I am the one. Can we really expect ICE to be professional and keep the record that well? Look, ICE, like, you got to understand, there is due process. There's like a court system. There's like court hearings for like deporting people. There's immigration law. There's court. Like, it's not just, you don't just like literally just throw somebody on a plane and then just instantly deport somebody. If they claim that they're a U.S. citizen, that has to be investigated by like the court system and everything. There's immigration court. It's not, I mean, like, I don't think U.S. citizens are just getting thrown on a plane and deported. Well, that's another reason we should probably go a little bit easier on the visas. And go easier on the legal immigration. If we can't even keep track of it, there needs to be a limit to this legal immigration. Really, if it ain't, look, people that were born here having trouble finding a job. What the fuck are we importing new people for? That's how I see it. We got homeless veterans on the street. We have people that were born here, can't get a job. Why are we importing new people into the society when we can't take care of the people we already have? Why would you do that? Unless it's a doctor or a rocket scientist or something like that, I don't see any reason to allow any immigration into our society. That's just me. I don't think that we owe it to the world to be some safe haven for everybody that has problems. Oh, there's financial instability in this country. Okay. I don't think that we have to be. I don't think we have some moral obligation to take on everybody else and solve everybody else's problems. We have our own problems. And people say, oh, well, the third world has problems way worse than ours. It's not our issue. It's not our responsibility to fix the problems of people that weren't born here, aren't citizens of this place. Not our responsibility. We have the right to say that we don't want any immigrants whatsoever. And, that's our right. If we say we don't want any immigrants whatsoever, I think that should be our right. Well, I mean, it is our right. You know? Anyways. Alright, guys, it's getting late, and I got very little battery left on the headset, and we're at like 20% battery, and that's still some, but I don't like letting it shoot down all the way down to 0. That's probably going to do it for the night. If anybody has any questions, this is really like your last chance to ask questions if you guys have any questions in the chat. Other than that, thanks everybody for watching tonight. Thank you, Coral Weezer, Elaine, Fear Rose, Zombie Medic, Anal Prolapse, Worm Drippin', Gene Cena, 2002 Anthrax, Ozerbador, Sabrina, F. Seth, The Centanian, Miles, The Scope, Austin, or Autistic, something, Matt Canali, Dan, everybody. I'm just giving everybody a shout out. Thank you guys for doing this with me tonight. If you want to support the channel, you can check out the merchandise that I sell. I sell a lot of cool stuff. I sell camouflage products, custom camouflage products, guys. Really, really badass camouflage products and equipment. Well, not equipment, not yet, but I sell all types of cool merch that you guys might want to check out on the store. And other than that, if you guys could do me a favor, if you guys could check out my channel and look at my videos, watch all my old videos. I got a lot of really cool videos you guys can watch. That really helps the channel, watching my old videos. As a matter of fact, when you watch any one of my videos, toward the end, you'll see this thing here called the prepping playlist toward the end of the videos. If you guys could watch my prepping playlist, I would very, very much appreciate it. It would definitely help the channel big time. Just you guys watching the prepping playlist, and I'm gonna put a link to that in the channel chat and the chat here, the sidebar thing. And guys, that's gonna be it for the night. Thank you guys for watching. Man, I talked about some spicy stuff tonight. I might get a strike on my channel for this. I mean, there's a chance that I might. I tried to be as respectful as possible to other ethnic groups, groups of people, stuff like that, while still advocating an unashamed, unapologetic, pro-West, pro-European, stances, without being disrespectful to other groups of people. That's what I tried to do. Hopefully that's what I did. It's very frustrating, very hard to do that sometimes with the behavior of some of these people. But that's what I strive for. Guys, I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Jordan Jareb signing off.